Chapter 38:41. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Yang Kai had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou Zheng led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Yang Kai and Ah Sun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou Zheng had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou Zheng even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou Zheng led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Yang Kai was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on, he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Yang Kai was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Yang Kai first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Daiyu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Daiyu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land, or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the fire spirit land's servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the fire spirit land. The Qiqiao land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou Zheng had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Qiqiao land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you?" The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. "Why are you here?" The person turned around and pointed with a smile. "Next to you is my land." Yang Kai also smiled. What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house, and now We're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together." The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, but who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "What is the meaning of this old man?" "It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble." The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you?" The old man shook his head. "You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other." He sighed again. "You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended?" The old man asked curiously, "Then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard. Why this one?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something wrong with this land?" "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. "Why change people?" "The trees are dead." The old man pointed in a direction. "Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings." Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there." Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. The old man laughed. As servants, losing even 1 fruit is a big deal, not to mention that the trees have died. This all happened in the past 10 years. Startled, Kai Yang asked, "What punishment did the 3 people from before receive?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen them since the fruit trees died." Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. "Do you know what caused the fruit trees to die?" "How would I know? Although my orchard is nearby, this place is not under my management. If you want to find the reason, you'll have to do it yourself. And you have to be quick. If you're too slow, you might follow in their footsteps." After saying this, the old man shook his head and sighed again. He walked back and said, "Fate." After watching the old man leave, Yang Kai no longer had the mood to refine the jade pendant. Zhou Zheng's figure flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. He suddenly remembered that when Ah Sun came to find him the night before, she had asked him if he wanted to find Zhou Zheng to give him something. After all, he was the manager of the orchard, and he would have to work under him in the future. He might as well treat it as a good karma. She also said that the others had already given him something. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart that time, so Ah Sun didn't say anything. Now it seemed that giving him something was not without benefits. At the very least, this piece of land did not fall into the hands of others. Thinking of Dai Yu's evaluation of Zhou Zhang, Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Sure enough, he had to be on guard against people. He had only met Zhou Zheng twice, and there was no conflict between them. But now, this piece of land had been given to him. Although the old man did not say what happened to the previous 3 owners of this piece of land, since the fruit trees had died, it was easy to guess what happened to them. It was too late to go find Zhou Zheng now, so he could only save himself. At the very least, he had to find the reason why the fruit trees died. Thinking this, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the jade pendant. Only by refining the jade pendant could he connect to the orchard's spirit array and investigate the situation of this piece of land. The jade pendant was not difficult to refine, so it took Yang Kai less than half a day to completely refine it. He wanted to try taking care of the fruit trees himself, watering them and fertilizing them, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control the proper amount, so he simply got up and walked out. After a short while, he arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the old man who had gone to find Yang Kai before looked at him with a stunned expression. "Little brother, is something the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "I came to ask old sir for advice on how to take care of the fruit trees. This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. It would be best if old sir could teach me carefully." The old man said, "Teaching you is no problem, but what good will it do me?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. The old man laughed and said, "Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? It was already this old man's kindness to warn you earlier. Don't push your luck. Go, go, go." He waved his hand continuously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "There is no benefit in teaching me, but if you don't teach me, there will definitely be harm." The old man's smiling face suddenly sank. "Little brother, are you threatening this old man? This old man has lived for so many years, and I'm not scared." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll do as old sir wishes. If a tree dies on my land, I'll come here first and destroy one of old sir's trees. If 2 die, I'll destroy 2. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Stop right there," the old man roared. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. "Does old sir have any other orders?" You. The old man pointed his finger at Yang Kai, so angry that his beard trembled. "I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is hard. I have no choice." Chapter 3842. The old man sorrowfully said, "You also know the hardships of the world. Why bother to make things difficult for this old man?" Yang Kai turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. "Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right?" Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. "If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens." The old man glared at him. "You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land?" Yang Kai grinned. "Of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future." He paused for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days." The old man's expression was helpless. "Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite." I don't dare. The old man was still angry for a while. Then he raised his hand and said, "Let's go." "Old man, slow down a bit." Yang Kai hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted. "Don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you." Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me?" In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way, he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time, they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Kai Yang step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Kai Yang's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Kai Yang might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, "Although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again." "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously, he felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since Yang Kai agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, "Take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of." Yang Kai examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time, he finally said, "I don't know." The old man said, "Put your hand on it and feel it carefully." Yang Kai obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "Do I need to apply fertilizer?" The old man rolled his eyes. "This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything." Yang Kai said angrily, "Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it?" The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees, and you will know what to do. Yang Kai thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded. "Then go to the next one." The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Yang Kai felt for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, "Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered?" The old man glanced at him and nodded. "Not bad." Yang Kai grinned. "Elder taught me well." Watering. Let me see how to do it." He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. "It's too little. Keep it up." The old man shouted from the side. "This place is full of fire, spiritual power, and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it." Yang Kai did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. "It's almost done." The old man nodded. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand, and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Yang Kai was proud. "How is it?" "It's so though." The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Yang Kai. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Yang Kai did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Yang Kai was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy. So Yang Kai was quite happy. "Let's go to your place," Yang Kai called out. The old man was puzzled. "Why are you going to this old man's place?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together. "To help you take care of the fruit trees." The old man turned pale with fright. "Forget it. I appreciate your kindness. What are you talking about? Let's go." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Yang Kai with a bitter expression. Yang Kai shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. "Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm?" Suddenly, Kai Yang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Si Chin 5 blue flame silkworms. "Are there worms?" Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Yang Kai aside and eagerly said, "Let me see, let me see." He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. "There really are worms." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. "Why do you look so happy?" "What do you know?" The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Yang Kai did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Yang Kai wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Daiyu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Yang Kai had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Daiyu gave General Si Chin. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Yang Kai finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. "You." The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Yang Kai's hand and said, "Let go of me first." "Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Yang Kai stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Si Chin, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Yang Kai looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Si Chin is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land, he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what if you feed him worms? Do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Si Chin. That's it. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. "Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" "Stop it," the old man shouted, his beard trembling. Yang Kai was unmoved, and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. "I'm scared of you." The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, "General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood, he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms? That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him." Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. "Can you be a little quieter?" The old man looked around. "I already said that General Si Chin is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending. Quieter, quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. Has anyone gotten heaven opening pills from that? General Si Chin? He had seen Dai Yu feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven opening pills. Chapter 3843. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. So that's how it is. As an odd job worker, he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Dai Yu's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now, if he could make General Si Chin happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. What are you trying to do? The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. Old man. Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. You don't know, but 2 days ago I promised General Si Chin that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see, Scram, if you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special, and this box, it should be specially made. The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right? The old man sneered. You really think you have this old man in your grasp? Yang Kai said, how would I dare? You are an old senior, and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects, and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help. The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, At most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then lend it to me first. Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. Lend me this bug too. If I really get the heaven-opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder, affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Si Chin that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity, the old man muttered. If that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Sikhen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult. Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Si Chen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal! Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, Where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, You're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later. Yang Kai nodded. Dai Yu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, It seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Yang Kai was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one, looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms, and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Yang Kai was much more adept at taking care of the fruit tree. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Yang Kai lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Yang Kai sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. "Old Feng, it's your turn." After more than 10 days of getting along, Yang Kai learned that the old man's surname was Feng, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Yang Kai just called him Old Feng, and Old Feng didn't care too much. Old Feng smiled and picked up a chess piece. "Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous." With a casual move, the encirclement Yang Kai had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Feng immediately got up and respectfully saluted. "Steward Chow!" The person who came was Zhou Zheng. Yang Kai also stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng glanced at the two and frowned. "What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place?" Yang Kai replied, "I've finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with Old Feng to pass the time." "Finished taking care of them?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "Where does a newbie like you get such confidence?" Yang Kai said, "Although I'm a newbie, Old Feng has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out." "That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, no one can save you. Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder." Yang Kai thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward, and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, "Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit." He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive." "Yes." Old Feng nodded respectfully. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Feng sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over. It seems like you've really offended him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Feng said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today. Why do you think he did that?" Yang Kai was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy." He didn't know how Ah Sun was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either. Old Feng pointed at him and said, "You know, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all." Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and said he said something about a chief steward. "Who's that?" "Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward, just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the venerable one has to show him some respect. Yang Kai said, "Oh, speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out?" Old Fong asked again. "There's no problem." Yang Kai frowned. "I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately." Old Fong sighed. "Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck." Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General C. Chen's request?" "It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken." "General C might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble." Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Fong's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Fong said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Yang Kai guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms?" Old Fong laughed coldly. "No matter who it is, they won't agree to it." Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "So, Old Fong, I'll need your help." Old Fong was shocked. "What help?" Yang Kai hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Fong's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish and scolded, "Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished." "Are you exaggerating?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away." Chapter 3844. Be careful. Don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again. In front of a fruit tree, Old Fong nervously watched Yang Kai's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Yang Kai held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life and death battle. He impatiently replied, "I know you've already said it so many times. Can you stop?" Old Fong smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed, and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Yang Kai waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. "Success!" Old Fong looked at him. "This is only the second condition. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions." Yang Kai's laughter suddenly stopped, and his mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" Old Fong scoffed. "You're asking this old man. Who should I ask? There's no more time." 1 month? So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, Old Fong said, "We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest." "Don't go." Yang Kai grabbed him and said sneakily, "Let's wait for a while. Wait for them to leave first." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong, repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred, and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Yang Kai was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but Old Fong explained, "Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the servant room. Yang Kai scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Sichin. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Yang Kai returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? "Who is it?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Yang Kai closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Sichin's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Yang Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would alarm Zhou. This guy was already looking for trouble with him. So if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise, he said, "So it's General Sichin. What a rare guest." General Sichin seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Yang Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Sichin doing?" General Sichin's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for 1 night when he came back, and now he was here. Seeing that General Sichin was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Sichin wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Sichin immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Yang Kai could not help but curse. If General Sichin liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Sichin watched as Yang Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Sichin extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Yang Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Yang Kai scratched his chin and probed. General Sichin may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms? General Sichin ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Yang Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken before he could say anything else. He suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door. "Yang Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General C, do you still want to eat?" Ooh, 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 ooh. Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General Sichin. He then let out a sigh of relief. "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more, no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General Sichin started to oogle at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dayu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. "General Sichin is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General Sichin has a reward for you." "A reward?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General Sichin. General Sichin opened his mouth, and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before, from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General Sichin would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, General Sichin." General Sichin had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. "General Sichin, take care. Come and play when you're free." Dayu smiled and called out. After Jinji left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. "My luck is pretty good." Dayu rolled her eyes and said, "Every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general." Yang Kai was stunned. "Is it always?" Dayu shrugged. "In all these years, I've never seen an exception." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed. "That old fox!" No wonder Old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that Old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Dayu. "Miss Dayu's here." "Old Fong." Dayu nodded. "I've come to find this brat for something." Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. "Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything." Seeing the bright smile on Old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. "Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer." Yang Kai turned his head. "Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over, or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try." Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Dayu. "Miss Dayu, please be reasonable. This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad." Dayu smiled. "When did you two become so close?" Old Fong rolled his eyes. "Who's close to him?" "It's his orchard that's next to this old man's." "You don't know. but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered." Dai Yu's expression changed when she heard this. "Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land?" Old Fong nodded. "Yes, it's that piece of land." Dai Yu frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, "Return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later." Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven opening pill, and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it, although they had made an agreement. Old Fong had set a trap for him. Chapter 38:45. However, Dai Yu had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Dai Yu chuckled and said, "Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with Old Man Fong. Since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future." Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. "Many thanks to Miss Dai Yu for helping me out." Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dai Yu hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. "You don't call me sister anymore?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "When did you call me sister?" Dai Yu pursed her lips. "Didn't you call me sister before?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic. "Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right?" Dai Yu nodded. "You're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms?" "And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first." Dai Yu frowned. "What difficulties? There's something wrong with your land." Dai Yu looked at him. "Didn't Elder Fong tell you?" "He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Yang Kai touched his chin. "But I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful. I'll keep that in mind." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market?" Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. "Let's go." Yang Kai was suddenly energized. "I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment. Then follow me." Dai Yu waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai closed the door and followed him. The 2 of them sped all the way up into the sky. Yang Kai was surprised. "Then the market is not in the fire spirit land?" Dai Yu shook her head and chuckled. Qiqiao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the fire spiritual land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something?" Although we can leave the fire spirit land, the entire Kikikyo land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it won't end well if we are caught." Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and nodded. "I understand." Just as Dai Yu said, there were no obstacles in leaving the fire spirit land, and it was easy. After leaving the fire spirit land, under Dai Yu's guidance, the 2 of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of the clouds. Dai Yu sent a voice transmission. "Follow me closely. Don't get lost." She took the lead and rushed into the clouds. Yang Kai following closely behind. Shuttling through the clouds. Yang Kai was isolated from the rest of the world except for the graceful figure in front of him. After a stick of incense worth of time, the surrounding clouds dissipated, and what appeared before Yonkai's eyes was a silent yet lively world. It was quiet because there was no trace of world energy here, nor was there any sign of life. There was not a single trace of green in this world. It was lively because there were people coming and going like a sea. Looking down from above, one could see buildings of different styles arranged messily on the ground. There was no sense of beauty to speak of. The entire market was not big, only about 100 miles in radius. One could see the end of it at a glance. The end was wrapped in clouds, and the sea of fog churned as if it was alive. Daiyu explained, "It is said that this market was originally a fragment of a Qian Kun world. The heavenly monarch brought it back when he was traveling the universe and put it here as a place for us servants to trade." Yong-kai nodded. No wonder it's so desolate. Since it was a fragment of a Qian Kun world, this scene was not surprising. If the star boundary had not been able to stop the great demon god's plan, it would have fallen apart and been eaten by Ada. Not even a fragment would have been left. Suddenly he asked curiously, "Where do the disciples of the Qiqiao lands trade?" "They are in another place. They usually don't care about the things in the hands of us servants. However, there are also disciples of the Qiqiao lands here to maintain order. You have to be careful when you see people wearing rainbow robes. Also, the Qiqiao lands have a few shops here that sell some things to us servants." "Understood." Yong-kai nodded. "The market here is only open for 3 days every month. It is the 3 days when servants like us rest. After 3 days it will close. So if you want to buy something, you have to come here during these 3 days. Let's go down first and buy you a set of insect catching tools." Daiyu called out and flew down first. Yong-kai followed behind her and looked around curiously. He found that it was not only the two of them, but also many servants flying down from different places. Obviously, they were all taking advantage of this time to buy and sell things in the market. Landing in the crowd, the noise immediately came from all directions. Yong-kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the past. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of market, but the participants were very different from before. These people coming and going were all existences that had condensed their own Tao seals. In the star boundary, they would be great emperors. In the market, most of the stalls were set up everywhere, and all sorts of strange things were displayed on the stalls. The stall owners were either sitting at the back with their eyes closed in meditation, or they were bargaining with interested buyers, and there were even some who were shouting loudly to attract the attention of the passers-by. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Daiyu mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yong-kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qian Kun worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qian Kun worlds. Yong-kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yong-kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yong-kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools?" "Heaven-opening pills? What did you call me?" Daiyu turned to look at him. Yong-kai giggled. "Little you?" Daiyu glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. "I don't have heaven-opening pills." Yong-kai spread his hands. "I'll lend them to you." Daiyu smiled. Since she had brought Yong-kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? "How can I accept that?" Yong-kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Daiyu smiled slyly. Yong-kai nodded happily. "Fine. Then I'll take it as you lending it to me." He then frowned. "But if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught?" "Dai, you led the way, as she said. Ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Fong. No one would refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Sichin. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with a newcomer like Elder Fong, letting the newcomer feed General Sichin and get the heaven opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Dai stepped forward with a smile. "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled. 30 heaven opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Dai frowned. "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said this month. "Miss, do you not have enough heaven opening pills?" "No problem. Do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Dai slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven opening pills on the counter. Chapter 3846. The young man glanced at the opening heaven pills on the table and chuckled. 30 opening heaven pills is equivalent to 10 years of service. That's not a short time. Have you thought it through? Dai pursed her red lips and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I can still afford 30 opening heaven pills." "That's fine, too." The young man nodded and waved his hand, putting away the opening heaven pills in front of him. Then he threw out a box and 2 boxes of incense before lowering his head and continuing with his work. Dai put away her things and politely said her goodbyes before leading Yang Kai away. The young man's voice came from behind. "Miss, you can think about it slowly when you go back. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me here at any time. Every month when the market opens, I will be here." Dai didn't stop and ignored him, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Following behind her, Yang Kai couldn't help but look back at the shop and sigh slightly. He had been here for a month and had been hanging out with old Fong in the orchard, so he didn't know much about what it was like to be a servant. Today he finally learned a little. He wasn't a child. That young man from Qiqiao land wanted to give Dai something for no reason, and even said he could give her 1 opening heaven pill every month. Yang Kai could naturally see what he was thinking. 1 opening heaven pill every month. In other words, 12 opening heaven pills every year. Compared to working hard as a servant, this was 4 times the income. As long as Dai nodded and paid a little more, she wouldn't have to work as hard as before. It could even be said that by relying on the big tree of Qiqiao land, she would have a chance to get rid of her servant status. The only thing that Yang Kai was glad about was that the young man didn't use force. He didn't know if it was because of the rules of the sect or some other reason. Otherwise, Dai, you wouldn't have been able to resist. But then again, even if Dai really agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything. First, the two weren't very familiar with each other, so it wasn't Yang Kai's place to tell her what to do. Second, if she really could find a way out for herself, Yang Kai would only be happy for her. 1,000 years of life as a servant hadn't changed. How long would it take for her to make a name for herself? Dayu suddenly tilted her head and asked, "You've just entered the world outside of Qinquan. Do you know the power system here?" Yang Kai said, "There are 9 grades of heaven opening." Dayu smiled, "So you know then there's no need to waste your breath. There are many materials in this market for condensing the 5 elements of yin and yang. It can be said that these are the most common items in the market. You can take a look around. Maybe they will be useful in the future." "Really?" Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately looked around. Soon he found something that caught his attention, and hurriedly walked in that direction. When they arrived in front of a stall, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly. "Little brother, do you want to buy something? Feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. My items here are the best in quality and cheap. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." There weren't many things in the stall. There were only a few medicinal herbs that Yang Kai didn't recognize, a few strangely shaped oars, and a long sword. What attracted Yang Kai's attention was a fist-sized crystal that was completely red and pure. From this crystal, Yang Kai could feel scorching fire spirit energy. "Little brother has good eyesight. This fire spirit crystal can be considered the best thing I have. It took me a lot of effort to obtain it. If little brother buys it, you will definitely be able to condense the power of the 5 elements and reach heaven opening." "Ha ha ha! Once you reach heaven opening, you will be able to get rid of your status as a servant and rise up the ranks." The stall owner spared no effort in promoting. "Why don't you use such a good thing yourself? Why are you selling it?" Yang Kai played with the fire spirit crystal in his hand and smiled at the stall owner. The stall owner frowned and said, "Little brother, you also know that once you condense the power of the 5 elements, you have to follow the order. If you mess it up, there will be endless troubles in the future. To tell you the truth, what I need now is water attribute materials. This fire spirit crystal is temporarily useless to me. I just want to sell this thing first, and then use the money from the fire spirit crystal to buy the materials I need. If not, how could I be willing to sell it?" After a reasonable explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "How much is this thing worth?" The stall owner stretched out his hand and gestured a number. "It seems that little brother is a straightforward person. I won't give you a false price, so you don't need to haggle. The fixed price is 150 heaven opening pills. How about it?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Dayu. Dayu smiled and said, "The price is reasonable." The stall owner smiled and said, "Look, your companions all say that the price is reasonable. I, Liu Bei, have always been open to doing business. I've never done those superficial things. If you think it's suitable, we can make a deal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and put down the fire spirit crystal in his hand. "Sorry, I have only been here for a month and don't have any heaven opening pills on hand." "Is that so?" The stall owner was not angry when he heard this and smiled at Yang Kai. "It doesn't matter. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. It won't be too late for you to buy it when you have enough heaven opening pills. Of course, at that time, maybe I will have found a buyer for this fire spirit crystal. 150 heaven opening pills would take him at least 40 to 50 years to save up. There were too many variables in such a long time. Then I wish Brother Liu a prosperous business and a prosperous source of wealth." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The stall owner smiled. He turned and left with Dayu. After walking some distance, Dayu said, "If you aren't in a hurry, you should save up more heaven opening pills. The fire spirit crystal you saw just now is only a first-grade material. If you use that kind of material to condense the power of the 5 elements, your future achievements will be limited." "That fire spirit crystal is a first-grade material?" Yang Kai was stunned. Heaven opening was divided into 9 grades, and materials used to condense the power of the 5 elements were also divided into 9 grades. First-grade materials were 2nd grade, and 9th grade materials were the highest. However, this was all he knew. As for how to distinguish the grades of materials, he had no idea. Even if Daiyu hadn't said anything, he would have asked. Yes, if you use a first-grade material to condense the power of the heaven-opening realm, the heaven-opening realm you reach will only be a first-grade material. Yang Kai frowned. Will anyone buy something like that? If it's someone with a background, they naturally won't bother to buy it, but workers like me don't have that many choices. Over the years, I've seen quite a few workers reach the heaven-opening realm and break free of their status as workers. But those heaven-opening realm cultivators are only at the first or second grade, even if they temporarily break free of their status as workers. So what? They'll stop there for the rest of their lives. There are workers reaching the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai was stunned. If that was the case, then his previous estimate had been wrong. He had thought that there would be at least 8 heaven-opening realm cultivators guarding the 7 openings realm. But now it seemed there were more than 8. Perhaps there were even 80. Of course, it was hard to say what kind of strength these first-grade and second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators could display, but they were still a bit stronger than those in the Emperor realm. First-grade materials cost 150 heaven-opening pills. Then what about second-grade materials? Yang Kai asked. Generally, the difference in value between a first-grade material and a first-grade material is 10 times. 10 times! Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, second-grade materials would cost 1,500. Third-grade materials would cost 15,000. Fourth-grade materials would cost over 100,000. Fifth-grade materials would cost over 1 million, and sixth-grade materials would cost over 1 million. As for sixth-grade materials, Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Heaven-opening realm is divided into 9 grades, and these 9 grades are divided into 3 levels: high-grade heaven-opening, mid-grade heaven-opening, and low-grade heaven-opening. High-grade heaven-opening is the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade heaven-opening. Mid-grade heaven-opening is the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade heaven-opening, and low-grade heaven-opening is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade heaven-opening. Among them, the 4th and 7th grade are 2 huge watersheds. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I understand. He suddenly lowered his voice. Then do you know what grade heaven monarchs and venerables are at? Daiyu slowly shook her head. I'm not too sure, but I once heard someone say that heaven monarchs are at the 4th or 5th grade heaven opening. Venerables are probably a bit weaker than heaven monarchs. Yang Kai made a sound of acknowledgement. The two chatted as they walked. Yang Kai also stopped in front of the stalls from time to time to check the prices of the materials used to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He found that it was just as Daiyu said. The difference in price between each grade was calculated by 10 times. Moreover, looking at the entire market square, the materials sold by the worker stalls were all at the 1st or 2nd grade. There were no materials above the 3rd grade at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The odd job workers of the Qiqiao lands all came from different universe worlds. After entering the universe worlds, they were enslaved. Even if they had good things on hand, they wouldn't be able to keep them. That Zhou Zheng even accepted gifts, but because Kai Yang didn't give him anything, he was given a piece of land with a dead tree. Only these 1st or 2nd grade materials could be preserved by the workers. You've already condensed the power of the wood element, Daiyu suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded. Yes. There was nothing to deny. In any case, the power of the immortal tree was completely contained in the seal. Others couldn't tell what grade of material he used to condense it. It wasn't strange that Daiyu could tell. He was too interested in fire tribute materials along the way. Daiyu said, if that's the case, next time you go to the orchard, you can try to use the power of the wood element to nourish the fruit trees. Wood breeds fire? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Daiyu chuckled. Exactly. But remember to control your strength. Going too far is as bad as falling short. I understand. I'll be more careful. They walked in front of a shop. This could be considered the tallest building in the market square. It was actually divided into 3 floors. Among the scattered buildings in the market square, it looked like a crane among chickens. Go in and broaden your horizons. Dai smiled. Chapter 38:47. What is this place selling? Yang Kai looked up and saw 3 words written on a signboard in front of the shop. Kai Tian Hall. After entering the shop, Yang Kai understood what kind of business this Kai Tian Hall was doing. It was a place that sold yin-yang and 5 elements materials. But the scale and layout of this place couldn't be compared to the messy stalls outside. Following Daiyu around the first floor, Yang Kai was dazzled. This floor was filled with counters, and inside the counters were transparent containers containing yin-yang and 5 elements materials. There was a wide variety of materials. However, the prices were still a bit higher than the ones outside. Even so, there were still people who made deals here from time to time with the Qiqiao disciples wearing 7-colored robes. They're all first-grade materials. Yang Kai quietly asked. Along the way, he had a rough idea of the grades of these materials. After walking around, he found that all the materials on this floor were first-grade materials. Daiyu nodded. The first floor is first-grade materials, the second floor is second-grade materials, and the third floor is third-grade materials. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There are third-grade materials for sale here? According to his previous calculations, third-grade materials required more than 15,000 Kai Tian pills. This number was no less than an astronomical figure for a worker. Based on the wages of a worker, it would take at least 5,000 years to save up that much. However, which worker would not eat or drink for such a long time and not use a single Kai Tian pill? No worker could really work here for 5,000 years. Do you want to take a look? Daiyu smiled at him. Yang Kai said, since we're already here, we naturally have to take a look. Then let's go. Daiyu called out and led Yang Kai up the stairs. He didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the third floor. The area of the third floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there weren't many materials on display. Qiqiao Land probably knew that it was extremely difficult for the workers to purchase grade 3 materials, so there was no point in having too many materials on display. Thus, they casually displayed a few to give the workers something to look forward to. Only then would they have more motivation to work. Yang Kai couldn't help but suspect that the materials on the third floor were like the carrots in front of the donkey cart. Take a look yourself. Daiyu smiled. As long as you don't touch anything, no one will care. Yang Kai nodded and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were also Qiqiao disciples on the third floor. But as Daiyu said, as long as he didn't touch anything, they wouldn't say anything. Yang Kai looked at each counter, carefully memorizing the characteristics of the third-grade materials. His pace was neither fast nor slow. For someone who used the immortal tree to condense the wood attribute of the 5 elements, the third-grade materials here were naturally nothing to him. Although he had just entered the world outside the universe, Yang Kai had set himself on a very high pedestal from the very beginning. Even if it was for the sake of the immortal tree, he had to find other materials that were compatible with the immortal tree before condensing enough energy to break through to splitting the heavens. Otherwise, wouldn't a good start be wasted? He came here mainly to look for novelty. The third floor wasn't large, so it didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around. He looked up and saw Daiyu standing in front of a counter, so he walked over. Following her gaze, he saw a strange object filled with the power of the metal element that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Daiyu's eyes were also filled with desire. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he whispered, "You want to buy this?" Daiyu turned to look at him and smiled. "Are you done?" Yang Kai nodded. "Finish looking. There's nothing much to look at." As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a sharp gaze land on him. Raising his head, he saw a disciple who was guarding the third floor of the Qiqiao lands looking at him with ridicule. He guessed that his words just now were a bit boastful. After all, to any odd job worker, the price of the things here was sky high. Those who had the ability to purchase them were few and far between. His words sounded a bit like sour grapes because he couldn't eat them. But to Yang Kai, there really wasn't anything to look at besides novelty. How many opening heaven pills does this thing sell for?" Yang Kai asked. 16,000. Dai Yu replied. She had clearly already inquired about this price, and this price was a bit higher than what Yang Kai had calculated, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the entire Qiqiao land, this was the only place open to workers where they could buy third-grade materials. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, so this bit of higher price was still acceptable. "Is it enough?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Dai Yu smiled. "How can it be enough? It's not even 30%. Yang Kai frowned. "But this is only a third-grade material." Dai Yu brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. "I know what you want to say. When I first came to the outside world, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find better materials to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even if I couldn't reach the upper level, I wanted to reach the middle level. But sometimes thinking and reality are 2 different things. If I can really reach the 3rd level, it's actually not bad. At that time, I can slowly take the opening heaven pills to increase my grade. If I'm lucky, I have a chance to reach the 5th level. In this vast universe, a 5th level opening heaven pill is already considered a powerhouse." Yang Kai nodded. "That's true." He didn't know if there was a 5th level opening heaven pill in the entire Qiqiao land. Even if there was, it was probably only a heavenly monarch. Those earth protectors probably weren't at the 5th level. He couldn't help but sigh. How many people's sharp edges had been smoothed out by the endless flowing time Great Emperor. 1,000 years later, if his situation hadn't changed, would he still be as optimistic as he was now? Yang Kai didn't know. "When I've earned enough, I'll buy it for you." Dai Yu covered her mouth and smiled. "Then I'll thank you in advance." She obviously didn't take his words seriously. She had been here for 1,000 years and knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a servant to earn 16,000 opening heaven pills. However, Dai Yu was so interested in the metal element material that Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had already condensed the power of the earth element. Otherwise, why would she be like this? As the 2 were talking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The huge figure walked over, causing the entire opening heaven palace to shake. The person glanced around, and his bell-like eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, "Little Dai, you really are here." Dai Yu's face darkened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked over, speechless. Yang Kai also looked over and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The person was at least 20 feet tall. He arrived in front of Dai Yu in a few steps and looked at her with a big smile. Dai Yu's tall figure was like a child in front of him. Even Yang Kai himself had to look up at this guy. The person in front of him looked like a bear standing on its hind legs, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Black Bear was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Yang Kai standing next to Dai Yu, his face immediately turned cold. Stretching out his big palm, he pointed at Yang Kai and asked, "Xiao Dai, who is this little brat?" However, before Dai Yu could reply, the 7 openings disciple on the 3rd floor scolded, "If you dare to make any more noise, throw him out immediately." The bear immediately lowered his body and bowed to the 7 openings disciple. "Brother, please calm down." This little brother was a bit agitated and was a bit loud. "Please forgive him." The 7 openings disciple coldly snorted and didn't say anything more. The bear glared fiercely at Yang Kai before turning to Dai Yu and saying, "Little Dai, you're here to look at the stainless golden dew again? You come here once a month to look at it. Why don't we buy it together? You have a lot of opening heaven pills, and I also have some. If we sell some things, we should be able to gather enough. When the time comes, we can buy it and you can take your time looking at it." "No need." Dai Yu frowned and called to Yang Kai, "Let's go. There's nothing else to look at here." With that, she led the way. Yang Kai wanted to follow but was pulled back by the bear. Seeing the bear chasing Dai Yu down the stairs, Yang Kai sniffed and followed with his hands behind his back. After leaving the opening heaven hall, Dai Yu walked into the crowd with the bear following her like a shadow. Although he was tall and sturdy, his movements were extremely nimble. From time to time, he would pass by Dayu's left and right, squeezing through the crowd and saying something to her. Unfortunately, Dayu didn't respond and didn't want to talk to him at all. Even if Yang Kai was blind, he could see that this bear-like guy was interested in Dayu, but this wasn't surprising. Dayu's figure and appearance were top-notch, so it was only natural that she would attract the attention and adoration of some men. Back at the place where they had bought the box and incense, the 7 Possibilities Land disciple had taken a fancy to Dayu. Unfortunately, Dayu didn't seem to care about him. But he didn't care and just kept smiling and talking, trying his best to please her. Kai Yang also admired this guy. His skin was as thick as the dragon scales on his body. Dayu suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. "I'll go back first. Do you want to continue strolling around here?" Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon understood Dayu's intention and smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Dayu. It's a small matter." Dayu smiled and soared into the sky. The bear stood in place and rubbed his chin, glancing at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly chasing after Dayu, shouting, "Shout, Dai, wait for me!" Watching the two leave, Yang Kai smiled and sighed at Dayu's thoughtfulness. She said that not because she was in a hurry to get rid of him, but because she was afraid that if he continued to follow that bear, he would cause trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, in this place it was better to avoid trouble. That bear didn't seem to be a reasonable guy. Wandering around the city by himself had broadened his horizons, but he didn't gain much. Chapter 3848. Seeing that it was getting late and he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him from a small tea shop. Yang Kai smiled and walked over. "Ah, son, you're here too?" Ah Sun cheerfully said, "Yes, I heard there was a market here, so I came to take a look. I was going to call you, but you weren't in the house." When he came over, he didn't expect that Ah Sun would think of this. In comparison, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ah Sun wasn't the only one in the tea shop. The newcomers who came with Venerable Hudi were basically all present. It seemed they had made an agreement. But what made Yang Kai feel strange was, where did these people get the money to drink tea here? It should be known that although this tea shop was simple, it was still opened by the odd job workers. They couldn't drink tea for free. In other words, if they wanted to sit here and drink tea, they had to pay a heaven-opening pill. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai saw a list of prices for various spirit teas. The cheapest pot of tea cost 1 heaven-opening pill, and the most expensive one cost 10. Everyone was new here and was poor. Yang Kai was lucky that Great General Sichin had given him a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by old Fong before he could hold it. Where did they get a heaven-opening pill? Moreover, looking at their seats, it was obvious that the burly man from the Black River realm was sitting in the main seat. In other words, today's tea was on him. "You're all here." Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Everyone had spent some time together in Venerable Hudi's small universe. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they weren't strangers. They had also reported each other's names. The dignified woman, Sun Yeni, the man from the demon race, Shi Haotsong and the childish child, Thousand Feather Boy, all stood up to return the greeting. Only the robust man, Fong Tai, who sat on the seat of the host, didn't move and just nodded slightly. Yang Kai was a little curious. Fong Tai wasn't such an arrogant person before, so why did he seem to have changed a lot in just a month? However, he did not have a deep relationship with these people. The only one he had more contact with was a Sunday. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was impossible to tell what kind of person they were without spending a lot of time with them. He didn't mind it too much. He just smiled and said, "How come you have time to come here to drink tea? Is the spirit tea here free?" Sun Yeni pursed his lips and smiled. How could it be free? This pot of tea costs a heaven-opening pill. He turned to look at Brother Yang and said, "However, since Brother Fong insists on inviting us, it would be impolite for us to refuse." Would Brother Yang like to sit down and have a taste? This spirit tea is a bit expensive, but it's still good stuff. Fong Tai also said, Brother Yang, since you're here, let's go together. It just so happens that we have something to discuss. Thank you very much. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down. Sun raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a sip and savored it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite good. After drinking it in a few mouthfuls, he immediately had a lingering aftertaste. However, there wasn't much tea left in this pot, and they had all drunk some before. After pouring this last cup, there was almost nothing left. Yang Kai said, What do you all want to discuss by coming here together? Fong Tai said, We've been here for a month now, so we have some understanding of the situation here. Since Brother Yang was able to find this market city alone, you must have inquired about it from others. You should know how difficult it is for newcomers like us to establish a foothold here. Kai Yang nodded and sighed. I have a deep understanding of this. Fong Tai smiled and said, Since that's the case, this Fong feels that we should form an alliance and help each other. The others have also agreed. Brother Yang, what do you think? Yang Kai heard this and said, Sure. We're all newcomers who came here together. If we don't help each other, we can't count on anyone. Fong Tai said seriously, That's exactly what this Fong is thinking. One person's strength is small, while two people's strength is great. We're all masters of our own worlds. Although we're a little weak outside of Chien Kuan, with the 5 of us working together, we'll definitely achieve something in the future. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the others. Seeing that they had no objections, he said, I have no problem with that. But what should we do when it comes to the specifics? Since we're forming an alliance, we can't just say empty words, right? For example, if Miss Sun is bullied. Sun pouted and said, Why would I be bullied? Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? Let's give an example. Yang Kai chuckled. Fong Tai said, Then we'll naturally seek justice for Miss Sun without violating the rules of Kikikyo. There was no problem with this, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refute it. Fong Tai continued, For example, the fire spirit fruit tree that we take care of will give birth to jade flame silkworms. If we capture them and give them to General Sichin, we might be able to obtain a heaven opening pill as a reward. On this point, this Fong can also help everyone. As long as anyone needs my help, feel free to call me over at any time. I will capture the worms and give them to General Sichin. If we really obtain a reward, this Fong will only take half. Yang Kai heard this and asked curiously, Brother Fong has something to catch insects? Sure, Haotsong said. Brother Yang, you might not know this, but Brother Fong performed a meritorious deed in the orchard and was rewarded with 30 heaven opening pills by the steward Chow. Yang Kai blinked and looked at Fong Tai. The latter said reservedly, It's just good luck. If you guys were there, you could do it too. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was assigned to a place where the trees had died and problems could happen at any time. Fong Tai was assigned to a place where he could reap benefits. Comparing the two, the difference was too big. Furthermore, to be rewarded with 30 heaven opening pills, this meritorious deed shouldn't be small. However, Fong Tai didn't say in detail, so Yang Kai didn't ask too much. But from the looks of it, if the odd job workers wanted to obtain heaven opening pills, other than taking care of the fruit tree and offering jade flame silkworms to General Sichin, there were other ways. Only now did he understand why Fong Tai could treat everyone to tea. 30 heaven opening pills were more than enough to buy a set of tools to catch insects. Dai Yu had bought a box and 2 boxes of incense, which only amounted to 30 pills. Fong Tai said, If it wasn't for the cost, this Fong wouldn't have shared the benefits with everyone. However, the 100 refined incense was bought from this market. So if everyone really obtained benefits from General Sichin, it wouldn't be too much for this Fong to take half of it. Everyone nodded, and Yang Kai was no exception. Dai Yu had said before that the newcomers didn't have any tools. So if they wanted to catch insects, they would have to ask for help. However, if that was the case, then the jade flame silkworms would belong to the newcomers. If there was a reward, then they wouldn't have a share. Fong Tai taking half of it wasn't too much, and it was reasonable. After all, he had his own costs. Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you agree, you can ask me for help when the time comes. As long as I'm free, this Fong won't refuse." Yang Kai didn't say that he didn't need help. Dai Yu had already bought a set of tools for him, which made others suspect that he was living off a woman. Moreover, Yang Kai planned to return the heaven opening pills to Dai Yu when he earned them in the future. He smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. If I really need help later, I'll definitely let Brother Fong know. However, my place is very small and there aren't many fruit trees, so I don't necessarily need to catch insects." Fong Tai said, "In any case, if you need anything, just call me. Later, everyone can leave a contact method so that it's easier to communicate with each other." Although the pot of tea was finished, the tea brewer didn't have any intention of chasing them away. He allowed them to occupy a table and chat. After agreeing to form an alliance, they all felt more familiar with each other. They all exchanged information they had gathered over the past month, and they all had some gains. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that Fong Tai was a bit of a leader. It was no wonder. Among the newcomers, he was doing the best. Now that everyone had a favor to ask of him, they all had to give him some face. He also asked the tea brewer to refill a pot of water, but it was free. The few of them drank and chatted until half a day later. They all dispersed. Fong Tai and the others wanted to continue strolling around the market city, but Yang Kai didn't have anything to linger about. He directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the Fire Spirit Land. He remembered the way, and this place wasn't far from the Fire Spirit Land, so he didn't need to worry about getting lost. Now that he was in the Seven Secrets Land, he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Yang Kai planned to spend 50 years scheming for the heaven-opening pills pill formula. If there was no hope, he would find a way to leave this place. He also had to search for the world tree to save the star boundary. He couldn't stay in this damned place forever as a handyman and take care of the fruit trees for the rest of his life. Easily leaving the world fragment where the market city was, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and turned to the left. Not long after flying, he suddenly felt a fierce aura lock onto him. Immediately after, a golden light shot over from afar. Inside the golden light, a tall and sturdy figure was faintly discernible. Before he could get close, a big axe chopped down on his head. The newcomer shouted, "I really thought you wouldn't come out. You finally showed up." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was surprised. Someone actually dared to make a move here. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped forward. The principle of time flowed like a dream. The golden light exploded, and the tall and sturdy figure like a bear was revealed. The power of Yang Kai's palm was also defeated. Both sides were forced back thousands of feet before they could stabilize themselves. The bear blinked and said in amazement, "Boy, not bad. You can actually take my axe. What are you doing?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of why the other party was waiting for him here, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't leave with Dai Yu and tried to act as if they were strangers, this guy would still come looking for trouble. It was simply unreasonable. The bear grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and pointed his axe at Yang Kai. "Boy, what is your relationship with Dai Yu? Tell me the truth, or this father will chop you to death." Sure enough, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and asked in surprise, "You mean Dai Yu?" "Nonsense." The bear glared. "Who else could it be? Why did you come to the market city with her?" "Friend, is there a misunderstanding? I have only known Dai Yu for less than a month. How could there be any relationship between us?" Chapter 3849. If there's no relationship, why would she come to this market with you? I've never seen her bring anyone here. Wait, you said you've only known Xiao Dai for a month? Shaking Bear suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai as if thinking of something. You're a newcomer who came here a month ago? Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Shaking Bear patted his head and laughed. No wonder you look unfamiliar. You're a newcomer. His smile faded as he said in a fierce voice, a newcomer dares to have ideas about this old man's woman. Are you tired of living? Yang Kai was speechless. Friend, did you misunderstand? I'm not very familiar with Miss Dayu. It's just that I'm a newcomer and not familiar with this market. So she kindly brought me here to broaden my horizons. That's it. Shaking Bear's bell-sized eyes stared at Yang Kai, the axe in his hand held horizontally in front of him, looking like he could chop down at any time. What else could it be? Humph! Shaking Bear's nostrils flared hot air as he carefully looked him up and down. After a long while, he said, At least you know what's good for you. Boy, remember this, Xiao Dai is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, this old man will make you regret being born into this world. Touching his chin with a look of disdain, he said, But then again, I'm afraid Xiao Dai won't like someone like you. If she won't like someone like me, why would she like someone like you? Kai Yang was speechless in his heart. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he still said, What this friend is saying is right. Lady Xiao Dai is a natural beauty with a kind temperament. Only this friend, who has a heroic spirit, can match up to her. Shaking Bear originally had a fierce look, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Yang Kai, his eyes became much kinder as he nodded. You're right, looking at the whole fire spirit land, no, Kikikyo land, only this old man is worthy of Xiao Dai. Who else is qualified? Boy, you have good eyesight. What's your name? Yang Kai cupped his fists. Little brother Yang Kai. Shaking Bear nodded. I'll remember your name. You're a newcomer, so it's rare for you to have such insight. Follow me from now on. If anyone bullies you in the land of fire spirit, just tell them my name. He gave a thumbs up and proudly said, Remember, my name is Xiang Yong, so it's Brother Xiang. This name is truly awe-inspiring and domineering. When I hear it, I can't help but feel a sense of respect. Stop flattering me. Although Xiang Yong said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Brother Xiang is also from the fire spirit land? Yang Kai was a little confused. Yes. What's so strange about that? No, I'm just a little curious. Why haven't I seen someone as mighty and powerful as Brother Xiang before? I haven't seen it before, but it's not too late to see it now. Yes. To be able to meet someone like Brother Xiang today, I have no regrets in my life. Yang Kai coughed lightly, looked at him, and said, Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, can this little brother go back now? Go. Yang Kai excused himself and swept past him. Wait. Xiang Yong suddenly flashed over and chopped down with his axe, cutting off Yang Kai's path. He squinted at him and said, Later, if little Dai asks, Brother Xiang and I hit it off at first sight. Brother Xiang has taken good care of me in every way. Yang Kai didn't even think and blurted it out. Xiang Yong grinned happily. You're not bad. I admire you. All right, go back. After saying goodbye to Xiang Yong, Yang Kai went straight back to the land of fire spirit. When he returned to the village where the servant house was located, he took out the token to open his own seal. As soon as he walked in and sat down, there was a knock on the door from outside. Opening the door, he saw Dai standing outside, looking up and down at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could be wrong? Yang Kai blinked. That's good. Just now, someone told me that Xiang Yong left the servant house. I was about to go and see when I saw you come back. Xiang Yong? Who's Xiang Yong? It's the guy who followed me today, the one who looks like a bear. Dai said and laughed to herself. Yang Kai nodded and showed a look of understanding. So he's Xiang Yong. But what does him leaving the servant house have to do with me? It better not have anything to do with you. Dai said and took out 2 more things, right? I forgot to give you these I bought for you today. It was a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. Yang Kai reached out and took them, thanking her. When I have enough heaven-opening pills, I'll pay you back with interest." "No rush." Dayu smiled. "Then have a good rest. I'll go back first." Saying so, she yawned, her lazy expression returning. "Take care, I won't see you out," Yong-kai nodded. After Dayu left, Yong-kai closed the door and took out the pure wood box and 100 refined incense. He had gotten these things from Old Fong before and used them to catch insects, so he was not unfamiliar with them. 2 boxes of 100 refined incense had 10 sticks, enough for 1 or 2 days. So for the time being, it didn't matter if he didn't have any heaven-opening pills. Just as he put away the box and incense, there was a knock on the door. Yong-kai felt strange, wondering who was looking for him. He thought that Dayu had forgotten to tell him something, so when he opened the door, he was immediately dazzled by a golden light. At the door, a golden rooster half the height of a person stood with his head held high, looking like a high and mighty general patrolling his territory. After staring at him for a while, Yong-kai smiled. "So it's Great General. What brings you here?" "I don't have any more blue flame silkworms here." General Si-chun slowly tilted his head and stared at Yong-kai with his only eye. Yong-kai scratched his head, not understanding. After staring at him for a while, General Si-chun slowly walked away, his fat but swaying as he slowly left. Kai Yong was bewildered. He lowered his head and examined himself from head to toe, but he didn't find anything strange about himself. Looking around, General Si-chun had already disappeared. Speechless, he shook his head and closed the door to recuperate. For the next 2 days, he closed the door and didn't come out. On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster's call of dawn resounded throughout the village. Yong-kai was startled awake. He listened carefully and frowned. He felt that the great general's call of dawn was very close to him. When he opened the door, he saw General Si-chun yelling at the top of his lungs outside his door. Furthermore, he was facing his direction. "Do I have a grudge with you?" Yong-kai really wanted to ask. Ever since he came to the servant room, this fellow had been intentionally or unintentionally looking for trouble. After glaring at the great general, Yong-kai closed the door and flew into the sky. Streaks of light rose from all over the village and rushed towards the fruit orchard. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at the orchard. First, they went to inspect the fruit trees in their own territory. After making sure that the fruit trees were growing well and that the fire spirit fruit had not increased or decreased, they began to carefully take care of each fruit tree according to its needs. After busying himself for half a day, he had a total of 30 fruit trees. With nothing to do, he leisurely went to look for Old Fong. Old Fong was still busy. He had a lot of fruit trees under him, and every time he came, he would be busy for a few days before he could rest. After working together for a month, they could be considered acquaintances. Seeing him come over, Old Fong only greeted him and continued with his work. Yong-kai followed behind Old Fong and chatted with him. At first, Old Fong was in the mood to deal with him, but after a while he became annoyed. The main reason was that he had not finished his work and was not in the mood to chat with Yong-kai. However, this fellow was still pointing fingers at him, acting as if he was experienced in taking care of fruit trees. He didn't even think about who taught him his experience. "If you really have nothing to do, then help me out. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can play chess." Old Fong was so angry that he looked up at Yong-kai. Yong-kai turned his head and looked around. He silently calculated the amount of work Old Fong had to do and the time it would take. He turned around and said, "Forget it, take your time. I'll come find you in a few days." After he finished speaking, he leisurely walked back with his hands behind his back. "Little ingrate." Old Fong clenched his teeth and scolded, "You don't know how to be considerate of the elderly." Yong-kai turned the back of his head to him and pretended not to hear him. After returning to his own territory, Yong-kai was bored. He couldn't cultivate in this place, so he really had nothing to do. Suddenly he remembered that this was a piece of land where the trees had died. He had checked it before and found nothing wrong. Maybe he could find something this time. He immediately took out the token and concentrated on checking it, but in the end he found nothing. taking back the token, Yong-kai touched his chin. He really didn't understand what was wrong with this place. Why would 3 trees die out of nowhere? Inadvertently, he remembered what Daiyu had said in the market. He had gathered the power of wood of the 5 elements and could use it to nourish the fire spirit fruit trees. Since he couldn't find the problem with this piece of land, he could use the power of wood to nourish it in advance. It could be considered a preventive measure. If something really went wrong, he would have to bear the responsibility. Finally, he found something to do. Yong-kai happily came to the center of his land and immersed himself in it. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of the Tao seal. A layer of faintly discernible power spread out with him as the center. If one looked carefully, they could see that this layer of power was a faint emerald green and full of rich vitality. Not knowing what effect the power of wood would have on the fruit trees, Yong-kai didn't dare to use too strong a medicine at first. He was just testing it out. Just as he was about to give it a try, the 30 fruit trees in his orchard suddenly began to rustle, giving him a fright. He quickly stopped and looked up. There wasn't much change in the fruit trees, but there was some slight movement coming from a corner of the orchard. Yong-kai walked over to take a look and found that it was the place where the 3 seedlings were. At this moment, the soil at the roots of the 3 seedlings was moving up and down. The seedlings seemed to be growing, causing the soil at the roots to move. Chapter 3850. After staring at the 3 saplings for an hour, Yong-kai discovered that the 3 little things had really grown. Although they were less than an inch tall, this was enough to shock anyone. Was it because of the immortal tree? Previously, he had fused with the immortal tree to bring him back from the dead. Later, when he condensed the power of wood of the 5 elements, all the essence had been condensed into the Tao seal. As a result, although he had lost the ability to bring the dead back to life, the Tao seal had gained the highest level of wood elemental power, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Now that he was activating the wood elemental power in the Tao seal, it was equivalent to activating the power of the immortal tree. It was reasonable that the saplings could grow in 2 hours. This was a bit incredible. According to Old Fang, it would take at least 200 to 300 years for the fire spirit fruit tree to grow from a sapling. Only when the tree was fully grown would it be able to bloom and bear fruit. These 3 saplings had been planted for less than 10 years and only grew a little every year. If someone discovered that they had suddenly grown more than an inch, he would probably be in trouble. However, since they had already grown, Yong-kai could no longer suppress them. He secretly made up his mind that the next time he did this, he would pay attention to these 3 saplings and not let them be affected by his wood elemental power. Moreover, with only an inch of height, no one should be able to discover it unless they observed it day and night. After all, this was his territory and no one would pay attention to this. Therefore, for the time being, he was not in any danger. In fact, if possible, Yong-kai wanted to release Mu Zhu and the Littlewood spirits and let them take care of the orchard. The wood spirit race was the best at this kind of thing. With them taking care of the orchard, he could completely be a shopkeeper and not have to do anything. However, it was still inconvenient. Not to mention that the orchard was accessible from all sides, and there were people flying in and out from time to time. Zhou Zheng would also occasionally come to patrol. There was also the chief steward, whom he had never met before. If someone saw the 2 little wood spirits with his current ability, he would not be able to protect them. Therefore, Yong-kai was only thinking about it. In the future, he would see if he could find a way to transplant some fire spirit fruit trees into his herb garden, so that the 2 wood spirits could unleash their potential. Yong-kai squatted in front of the 3 seedlings and carefully observed them for a while. After making sure that this height of 1 inch wouldn't attract anyone's attention, he felt slightly relieved. Before he could get up, he heard the sound of flapping wings. A familiar aura was approaching him. Turning his head to look, Yong-kai almost laughed out loud. In the sky less than 300 feet above the ground, a golden pheasant was flapping its wings with all its might, flying forward in a crooked manner. It was unknown whether it was because it wasn't good at flying or because its body was too fat, but the great General C Chen's body was bobbing up and down, looking as if it would fall at any moment. However, at this moment, the great General C. Chen's body wasn't as big as before. In fact, it looked even smaller than a normal rooster. It seemed that it had used some kind of secret technique to shrink its body. After all, it wasn't a real pheasant. Since it was the pet of the Earth Protector Sage, it more or less had its own abilities. According to Yang Kai's observations, this fellow should have some kind of mutated bloodline. However, it looked like a rooster and didn't have much relation to the breed of pheasant. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it knew some kind of secret technique. However, this was the first time that Yang Kai had seen it fly. Furthermore, it was flying in such a unique manner. The others in the orchard also noticed it. In an instant, streaks of light rose from the ground and flew in its direction. In the blink of an eye, the great General Sichin was surrounded in 3 circles. One by one, they nodded and bowed to it. Some even took the initiative to offer the jade flame silkworm. However, the great General Sichin ignored them all and continued to fly forward. Annoyed by being surrounded, the great General Sichin began to cry out. Its 2 fat wings flapped vigorously as if it was chasing people away. Yang Kai crossed his arms as he stood below and watched the commotion with a smile on his face. Just as he was laughing, something happened. For some unknown reason, General Sichin, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and fell headfirst to the ground. No matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he couldn't stabilize himself. A series of gasps rang out, and everyone's faces changed. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His smile froze on his face. There was no other reason other than the fact that this stupid chicken had fallen into his territory. In the blink of an eye, the great General Sichin fell 30 feet in front of Yang Kai. It plunged head-first into the ground, leaving its fat buttocks exposed and its 2 wings twitching lightly. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. He actually forgot to use his technique to stop it. He watched as the great General Sichin fell flat on its face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The group of people were also staring at him. In the next moment, as if they had discussed it beforehand, the crowd dispersed and turned into streaks of flowing light. They returned to their respective territories and hid in the various orchards. The originally bustling sky suddenly quieted down. Kai Yang opened his mouth and cursed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but this was his own territory. If others could leave, where could he go? Although he didn't do anything to the great General Sichin, if something really happened in his territory, Yang Kai dared to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to live to see the next day. It could even be said that it wasn't just him. Everyone who had surrounded the great General Sichin would also be affected. None of them would be able to escape. Yang Kai's face was also twitching as he stood there with a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at the stupid chicken twitching its wings. No matter what, the great General Sichin had a mutated bloodline, and its strength shouldn't be that bad. After comforting himself, Yang Kai walked forward and squatted in front of the great General Sichin. He poked it with his finger. The great General Sichin's wings trembled even more. Yang Kai jumped in fright and hurriedly hugged it, pulling it out from the ground. As soon as he was free, the great general flapped his wings and stretched out his neck, his beak leaving a trail of afterimages as he attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively struck out with his palm. With a mournful cry, the great General Sichin was sent flying. A few of its golden feathers fell off. "Are you crazy? I wasn't the one who brought you down. Why are you pecking at me?" Yang Kai said angrily. The great General Sichin's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to attack it in this fire spiritual land. Looking at the feathers that fell from the sky, the great General Sichin was enraged. It jumped 3 feet high, and its fat body turned into a golden ray of light as it shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still feeling a little guilty. He had only hit the great General Si-chin out of instinct. Seeing that the great General Si-chin wasn't going to let it go, he became even more furious. He immediately went up to meet the great General Si-chin. His two palms flew out, and his strength surged, causing the great General Si-chin to cry out in pain. Not far away, Old Fong heard the commotion and didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly ran over to investigate. When he saw what was going on, his face turned pale. He shrunk his neck and retreated, not daring to come back. In the herb garden, two figures, one big and one small, were moving back and forth. Golden feathers were flying everywhere. It had to be said that although the great General Si-chin looked a little stupid, its strength was not bad. If it was placed in the star realm, it would be at the level of a fake emperor. Furthermore, Yang Kai could feel that the great General Si-chin hadn't used its full strength yet. The pet of the earth protecting sage didn't only know how to peck and scratch. From the start to the end, the great General Si-chin hadn't used any secret techniques. Since it didn't use any secret techniques, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't use any either. He only used his palms to keep the great General Si-chin at bay. After fighting for 2 hours, the great General Si-chin was probably exhausted. The golden feathers on its body had dimmed. It opened its arms wide and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. However, it didn't dare to move forward. Yang Kai looked at it from the corner of his eyes, arrogant and proud. This great general has dominated the universe for many years. A mere chicken dares to challenge this great general? You're overestimating yourself. The great General Si-chin was obviously infuriated. It jumped up and down a few times. Yang Kai could feel the great General Si-chin's unwillingness and humiliation. He couldn't help but laugh. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you dare come again, don't blame this great general for being impolite. He punched the great General Si-chin in the face. The great General Si-chin stared at him. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and turned to the side. Yang Kai frowned. "What are you doing?" In the next moment, his expression changed. "You dare!" His figure flashed and blocked the great General Si-chin's path. He struck out with his palm. The great General Si-chin was already prepared. It leaped backwards and landed on a fruit tree. It stretched out its head and pecked at a red fire spirit fruit. Yang Kai was enraged. This great General Si-chin couldn't beat him, so it came up with such a method to deal with him. It was extremely vicious. There was a limit to the number of fruits here. If the great General Si-chin really destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to answer to Zhouzheng. At that time, the one who would be punished wouldn't be the great General Si-chin, but himself. He reached out and grabbed the great General Si-chin's neck. When he retracted his hand, the great General Si-chin was already in his hand. Yang Kai stared at the great General Si-chin fiercely. "Do you want to die?" The great General Si-chin fearlessly looked back at the great General Si-chin. Its eyes kept darting back and forth between Yang Kai and the fruit tree. Its meaning was obvious. "If you don't kill me, I'll destroy your fruits." Yang Kai was speechless. Although he had fought with the great General Si-chin before, he didn't dare to do anything to it. After all, it was the great General Si-chin's pet. If he killed it, it wouldn't end well for him. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep the great General Si-chin captive. He sighed and said, "I won't hold it against you for what happened today. It wasn't my fault that you fell down. You were just careless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those fellows who tried to stop you. I'll let you go now. Quickly leave, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you understand, blink your eyes." The great General Si-chin blinked. Yang Kai nodded. "Don't play any tricks." He gently let go of the great General Si-chin, who was free, ran towards the fruit tree. Yang Kai grabbed the great General Si-chin back. He was so angry that he laughed. "It seems like you don't know how to write the word death." Chapter 38:51. After going back and forth for half a day, the situation came to a stalemate. Whenever Yang Kai released his grip, General Si Chen would pounce towards the fruit tree and peck at the fruits, causing Yang Kai to be extremely annoyed. Furthermore, this guy knew how to stall for time. Every time Yang Kai grabbed his neck and negotiated with him, he would always agree, but in the blink of an eye, he would go back on his word. He had no credibility at all. But then again, what was the point of talking about credibility with a chicken? Yang Kai also felt a little sad, anger surging in his heart. Yang Kai thought that if it weren't for so many people seeing this stupid chicken fall into his territory, he would have thrown him into the sealed world bead to destroy his corpse. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. This time, this king admits defeat. You better tell me what you want to do to resolve this matter peacefully. Let me warn you first, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, both jade and stone will be destroyed. If this king doesn't have a good time, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. General Si Chen's eyes darted around as he nodded, obviously understanding what Yang Kai was saying. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't communicate with Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before slowly releasing his grip on his neck. This time, General Si Chen didn't fly towards the fruit tree. Instead, he stood in place and used his beak to comb his feathers. He spread his wings and shook them a little. Then he tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, circling around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes followed him closely, a look of vigilance on his face. After circling around a few times, General Si Chen shook his wings and jumped up. Yang Kai almost thought that he was going to go back on his word, but in the next moment his head sank and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. This stupid chicken actually used my head as a chicken coop and sat on my head. How can I tolerate this? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Get down here! General Si Chen was caught in the act, but his two claws held onto Yang Kai's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Kai tangled with it for a while, but he couldn't get it off. Instead, his hair was disheveled and his scalp hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. General Si Chen was extremely pleased with himself as he wriggled his fat buttocks, finding a comfortable position as he climbed on top of Yang Kai's head. Not only that, he even used his beak to comb Yang Kai's messy hair. You win. Yang Kai was infuriated, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It just looked a little unsightly. After all, no one would look good with a chicken on their head, so he simply let it be. As long as he could turn today's matter into a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one. At this point, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to bicker with it. Thinking about how he had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with a stupid chicken, he felt that it was quite funny. He walked over and picked up the feathers that General Si Chen had dropped. These feathers were all evidence of his crime. If Zhou Zhen came over and saw this, who knew what he would do to him? You can just lie there, but don't touch my fruits. Otherwise, I will fight it out with you. Yang Kai leaned against a fruit tree and said worriedly. General Si Chen ignored him. One man and one chicken temporarily calmed down. However, not long after, General Si Chen let out a few soft cries. As he cried, he used more strength in his claws. What are you doing? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and asked impatiently. General Si Chen flapped his wings and grabbed onto Yang Kai's hair, not letting go, pulling him in a certain direction. Yang Kai frowned. He guessed that General Si Chen wanted him to go in that direction. He stood up and walked in the direction that General Si Chen was pointing, stopping in front of a fruit tree. Only then did General Si Chen let go of his claws. Soon after, General Si Chen began to peck at a hole in the tree trunk. The sound of pecking could be heard continuously, as if it was a woodpecker. Yang Kai was delighted. Are you trying to eat something? You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Although there are still some jade flame silkworms on my fruit tree. Old Fong said that they have to be left behind. General Si Chen was unhappy and cried out even louder. He guessed that General Si-Chen was a little hungry after the intense exercise with Yang Kai. I said that you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. No matter how much you cry out, it's useless. Yang Kai was unmoved. Letting General Si-Chen lie on his head was already very generous. If General Si-Chen continued to eat his own insects, then there was no way he could accept it. General Si-Chen was silent for a few breaths of time. Then it flapped its wings and dragged Yang Kai in another direction. Don't grab me, I'll walk on my own. Damn it, if you don't grab me, you don't know pain, right? Yang Kai cursed and followed the direction that General Si-Chen was leading him in. He wanted to see what General Si-Chen wanted to do. After walking for a while, they arrived at the orchard next door. The orchard here wasn't strictly divided, but everyone knew which fruit trees to take care of, so there wasn't any chaos. Just as they arrived, a youth came up to them and cupped his hands. "Brother Yang!" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting, "Brother Hong." He had been here for a month, so he didn't only know Old Fong. As long as the neighbors weren't too far away, he would greet them. It was just that he was most familiar with Old Fong. This youth with the surname Hong was one of his neighbors. However, when he saw a chicken using his own head as a nest, he felt a little embarrassed. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" the youth with the surname Hong asked. As he spoke, he glanced guiltily at General Si-Chen. He was part of the crowd that surrounded General Si-Chen just now. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, General Si-Chen called out a few times and led Yang Kai to the side. When they arrived in front of a fruit tree, General Si-Chen used his beak to gently peck Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at the hole in the fruit tree and immediately understood what General Si-Chen was up to. He cursed in his heart. This stupid chicken was using him as a labor. But since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He turned to look at the youth with the surname Hong and said, "Brother Hong, General Si-Chen is tired and is a little hungry. You know the situation at my place. There are only a few fruit trees, and I can't find anything to eat. So he came here to ask for some food." The youth with the surname Hong looked troubled. "To be honest, Brother Yang, I just caught some insects last month. I have to wait for at least 10 days before I can catch more. I really don't have any extra insects to give to General Si-Chen. Why don't you bring General Si-Chen to another place to look?" Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank. "Brother Hong, the reason Great General is hungry is because he fell down from the sky just now. I don't know if he suffered any serious injuries, but he did lose a lot of his feathers. Look, these feathers are so beautiful, it's a pity to lose them. If the Venerable learns that Great General was patrolling the orchard and suffered a great loss here, unable to even satisfy his hunger, I don't know if the Venerable will be angry. When that time comes, how are we supposed to deal with him? How can we handle that?" The youth with the surname Hong's face turned pale. He didn't dare to look at the golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, mainly because he had a guilty conscience. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yang Kai is right. General Si-Chen has worked hard to inspect the orchard, so we should cooperate. Brother Yang, please go ahead. Just treat it as a show of respect to General Si-Chen." "Whoa, whoa!" Yang Kai grinned and pointed above his head. "General Si-Chen thinks highly of you." The youth with the surname Hong squeezed out a smile and gestured for Yang Kai to go ahead. Then there was no need to be polite. He took out the 100 refined incense and lit it up. He held the incense and gently swayed it back and forth in front of the hole. His movements were very familiar. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. Not long after, a bright red body emerged from the hole. General Si-Chen stretched his neck and directly pecked out the blue flame silkworm. He raised his neck and swallowed it. General Si-Chen didn't need to urge him anymore. Yang Kai directly led him to another fire spirit fruit tree with a wormhole. He did the same thing and lured out another blue flame silkworm. The youth with the surname Hong's heart was bleeding. Losing 2 blue flame silkworms wasn't a big deal, but it might affect the growth of the fruit tree. However, the problem wasn't too big. The most important thing was that if he was the one who caught the blue flame silkworms and brought them back to General Sechin, there was a chance that he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. Now, there was no hope for the heaven-opening pill. He would be thankful if General Sechin didn't hold a grudge against him. After finding 3 blue flame silkworms in the fruit tree, Yang Kai saw that this guy's face was a little green. He grinned and said, "All right, it's about time. Brother Hong, go ahead. We'll take our leave first." Just as he finished speaking, there was a strange sound above his head. Then, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. This golden light looked familiar. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After the golden light dissipated, there were 3 rolling spirit pills in his hand. Yang Kai blinked and was a little confused. The youth with the surname Hong stared and was also a little confused. However, in an instant, Yang Kai flipped his hand and kept the 3 heaven-opening pills. The youth with the surname Hong was anxious. "Brother Yang, those 3 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai looked at him with a dark face. "What 3 heaven-opening pills? What heaven-opening pills?" The youth with the surname Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. Just now, General C rewarded us with 3 heaven-opening pills. Brother Yang, General C rewarded me with 3 heaven-opening pills. Do you think you can share some with me? I won't be greedy. You get 2 and I get 1. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You want to share the spirit pills? Sure. When I return, I will report to Steward Joe. I will say that your group of people chased and intercepted the great general, causing him to fall from the sky. He lost 12 or 20 feathers and even broke his tendons and bones. Now he can't even walk and can only lie on my head. When the time comes, let's see what Steward Joe will reward you all with." The youth with the surname Hong was shocked. "How can it be so exaggerated? Don't make irresponsible remarks." Yang Kai said, "Steward Chow will know whether I'm making irresponsible remarks or not." The youth with the surname Hong stared at him for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, I've learned my lesson." The main thing was that he was in the wrong. No matter what, he had a part to play in General C Chen's fall. If Steward Chow found out about this, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Hong, do you still want more spirit pills? You go." The youth with the surname Hong pointed to the side. Chapter 38:52. Yang Kai felt as though he was in a dream when he received the 3 spirit pills. One had to know that only newcomers would be rewarded the first time they served the Grand General. However, that was only 1 spirit pill. A few days ago, Yang Kai had fed 5 blue flame silkworms and only received 1 heaven-opening pill. But today he had received 3 blue flame silkworms. This was the annual wage of a worker taking care of the orchard. If this was spread, no one would believe it. Dayu had said that if the Grand General was in a good mood, he would reward him with heaven-opening pills. In other words, the Grand General was in a good mood right now. Yang Kai raised his head to look, but he couldn't see anything. However, his stomach full of resentment had dissipated. If this stupid chicken frequently gave him heaven-opening pills, not to mention using his head as a chicken coop, Yang Kai would welcome it, even if it lived in his house. "Grand General, do you want to eat more?" Yang Kai was in a good mood, and his tone was much friendlier. The Grand General didn't respond and declined to comment. Yang Kai nodded his head. "Since that's the case, let's go eat more." He laughed sinisterly as he walked towards another orchard. Just now, General Sechin had been besieged by a group of people and had fallen into his territory, causing those people to scatter like birds and beasts. Speaking of which, all of them were responsible for what had happened today. If something really happened to General Sechin, Yang Kai would have suffered an undeserved disaster. Now, did he think he could just hide and be safe? General Sechin didn't find trouble with them, but Yang Kai remembered them in his heart. Not long after, they arrived at another orchard. The worker in the orchard saw Yang Kai and the Grand General and immediately hid. He was probably afraid that the Grand General would find trouble with him. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him and directly brought General Sichin to look for insects in front of the fruit trees. They didn't find many and caught 3 before swaggering off. From start to finish, the owner of the orchard didn't dare to show himself. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that after eating the 3 blue flame silkworms, the Grand General actually rewarded him with 3 heaven-opening pills. He didn't know what General Sichin was up to. Previously, when he was fighting with him, it looked like it wanted to kill him, but now it was so generous to him. However, there was no reason not to take advantage of free benefits. Walking down one orchard after another, some orchard owners were like the young man surnamed Hong. Although they were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and allow Yang Kai to capture these insects on their turf. Some orchard owners were like the one who had gone into hiding, not daring to show themselves easily. However, no matter what their attitude was, the 3 blue flame silkworms couldn't escape. Yang Kai didn't care whether their fruit trees would be affected or not. However, after walking through 4 orchards, the general seemed to have eaten its fill. It let out a cry and used its claws to point in a certain direction for Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unsatisfied, but since General Sichin was already full, he couldn't force him. Since this matter had already started, he might as well let it continue. After bringing General Sichin back to his own orchard, Yang Kai sat down under a fruit tree and took out 12 heaven-opening pills. He carefully played with them and laughed foolishly. A few days ago, he had obtained a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by old Fong before he could even warm it up. Now he had obtained 12 in one go. What kind of stupid chicken was on his head? He was simply a god of wealth. General Sichin was still not bad. Yang Kai's impression of the Grand General changed a lot. 12 pills a day, that would be 360 pills a month. In a year, that would be over 4,000 pills. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that it wasn't very likely. General Sichin's heaven-opening pills were definitely bestowed by the Venerable One. He just didn't know how many there were. No matter what, his situation was much better than the other odd-job workers. The salary of 3 heaven-opening pills a year was simply not enough to satisfy him. When he had enough heaven-opening pills, he would return the ones he owed Dayu. Then he would invite her to the market to drink a pot of good tea as a thank-you gift. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai carefully kept the extra heaven-opening pills. He only left one to study its medicinal properties. He was also a pill master and was still plotting to obtain the heaven-opening pills recipe from the Chiqiao land. Although he hadn't seen the recipe yet, that didn't stop him from studying it himself. He studied it for an entire day, but he didn't manage to find anything useful. Yang Kai only knew that refining the heaven-opening pill required 7 main ingredients, including the fire spirit fruit and other spirit fruits of other attributes. However, other than these 7 main ingredients, there were definitely other supplementary ingredients. As someone who had just entered this world, he didn't know much about the medicinal properties here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to differentiate the ingredients needed to refine the heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai silently noted it down. If he saw those ingredients later, he should be able to recognize them. Over the course of the day, General Sichin didn't move at all. He guessed that General Sichin had eaten his fill and was now sleeping. It wasn't until the next day that General Sichin suddenly shook his wings. Yang Kai couldn't see him. Only the corner of his eyes was filled with a golden light. Seeing that it had woken up, Yang Kai immediately became spirited. "General, are you hungry? Shall I bring you to hunt for food?" General Sichin nodded twice, indicating that it agreed. "Let's go." Yang Kai stood up and walked forward. Yesterday, there were around 30 to 40 people chasing after General Sichin. Today, he had only visited 4 orchards. There was still a large number of orchards that he hadn't visited yet. No matter what, he had to visit all of them. On this day, he went to 5 orchards. When he returned, Yang Kai had more than 10 heaven-opening pills in his hands. Under the fruit tree, Yang Kai happily played with the pills. As he played with them, he said, "General, I have something to discuss with you. Next time, if you have any more rewards, can you give it to me when there's no one around?" You also saw the looks in those people's eyes. They couldn't wait to pounce on me. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid I will become the public enemy of the odd job room. General Si Chin didn't know if he was asleep or not, but he didn't reply. Yang Kai sighed for a while. This was both painful and happy. Where did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" A voice came from the side. Yang Kai quickly put away the heaven-opening pills. When he looked up, he saw old Fong staring at him. "What heaven-opening pills?" "You're mistaken." Yang Kai blinked. "Are you done?" "I'm done," old Fong casually replied. Then he reacted. "Stinky brat, don't change the topic. Tell me the truth. Where did you get so many? General C is still here." His expression suddenly changed, and he took a few steps back. He looked like he wanted to put some distance between him and Yang Kai. He suspiciously said, "You couldn't have robbed General Si Chin, right?" "How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do I look like such a useless person? Who would rob a chicken?" "Then tell me, where did you get those heaven-opening pills?" Old Fong clearly didn't believe him. "None of your business." Old Fong looked him over and then turned around to leave. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai wasn't happy and blocked him. Old Fong's expression darkened. "Stinky brat, you're about to face a disaster. Yet you're still so proud of yourself. Don't say you know me in the future, lest this old man is dragged down by you." "Old Fong," Yang Kai slapped him on the shoulder. "Aren't you thinking too much?" "It's best if this old man is thinking too much. In any case, you're on your own now." Old Fong waved his hand. "Look at how scared you are." Yang Kai smiled. "That's right. Do you have any extra 100 refined incense on hand? Give me some." "Didn't Miss Dai you just buy 2 boxes for you?" Old Fong looked at him suspiciously. "Enough nonsense. Do you have it or don't you?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Normally, 2 boxes of 100 refined incense would be enough for 1 or 2 days. However, Yang Kai estimated that at his current rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of 100 refined incense, so he could take some from Old Fong. Old Fong said, "I do, and this old man can give you a box, but you have to agree to one condition." "Speak. Don't come looking for this old man in the future. This old man has never recognized you. Don't regret your words in the future." Old Fong didn't say a word. He took out a box of 100 refined incense and slapped it on Yang Kai's hand, then quickly left. As he walked, he muttered, "Disaster is imminent. Disaster is imminent." Young man, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. He had gotten a box of 100 refined incense for free, so he estimated that this month's consumption should be enough. He turned around and continued to rest. The following days could be said to be chaotic. Yang Kai would lead General Si Chin around the orchard every day after taking care of his fruit trees. Everywhere they went, they would catch a few insects. The workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. There was no other way. General Si Chin was above Yang Kai, so who would dare to say no? Looking on helplessly as Kai Yang lured the insect out and allowed it to be eaten by General Si Chin, she couldn't help feeling distressed. These insects could all be heaven-opening pills. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't kill them all, so they didn't complain. Furthermore, ever since Yang Kai said that, General Si Chin didn't give him any more heaven-opening pills in front of others. Every time he would wait until he was back in his own territory before spitting out a ball of golden light. Within that ball of golden light, there would be at least 10 heaven-opening pills. It was basically equal to the number of insects he ate. Yang Kai didn't know why this was. Daiyu had said before that General Si Chin would only give out heaven-opening pills when he was in a good mood. Most of the time he didn't have any. But when it came to him, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. This was an extremely inconceivable matter. If everyone else was like him, the workers wouldn't have to worry about heaven-opening pills. All these years, they had fed General Si Chin countless blue flame silkworms. Furthermore, no worker had ever been treated like this by General Sichin. For an entire month, General Sichin treated Yang Kai's head like a chicken coop. A month later, the orchard's restrictions were activated, and all the workers were moved outside of the restrictions. In that instant, countless gazes fell on Yang Kai. There was no helping it. With a golden chicken on his head, it was too eye-catching. Many people found it funny. They didn't know how Yang Kai had offended General Sichin to be treated like this. Chapter 38:53. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The bystanders treated it as a joke, but he knew that the one on top of his head was a genuine god of fortune. When he raised his head, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the newcomers who had come in with him. Just as he was about to greet them, he saw them hurriedly leave under Fong Tai's lead. Miss Ah Sun turned back as she walked, looking at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai scratched his head, muttering in his heart, "Why do these people give me the feeling of avoiding the god of pestilence?" Old Fong was beside him. When he turned his head to look, Old Fong sighed heavily and slowly shook his head. With a pained expression, he also left. Yang Kai sneered. Ignoring the strange gazes of the bystanders, his figure flickered as he rushed back to the servants' quarters. Not long after, he returned to his own house. However, when he arrived, General Sichin, who had been lying on top of his head, spread his wings and flew down. After landing, he raised his head and puffed out his chest as he paced around the village. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was patrolling his own territory. Yang Kai immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Although General Sichin had given him a lot of heaven-opening pills this month, he had always treated his head like a chicken coop. As a result, his hair was disheveled, and he didn't have the time to tidy it up. Now he was finally gone. He turned around and entered the house, combing his hair. Just as he finished combing his hair, he heard knocking sounds outside the door. Yang Kai walked over to open the door. A graceful figure flashed in, wrapped in a fragrant wind. "Xiao Dai." Yang Kai looked at the person who had come in. "You came at the right time. I was just about to go look for you." "Looking for me?" Dai Yu asked. "Let's not talk about this first. What happened to you?" "What do you mean, what happened?" Yang Kai was stunned. "The village is saying that you offended the great general and were punished by him. Many people saw the great general lying on your head and using your head as a chicken coop. Is that true?" Yang Kai laughed. "That's true. However, it's not like what the rumors say. I didn't offend that stupid chicken." "Really?" Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. She hadn't known Yang Kai for a long time, and they hadn't known each other for a long time. She didn't know what kind of person he was, but he didn't seem to be someone who knew his place. She was afraid that he would provoke the general. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Xiao Dai, you really care about me." Dai Yu said, "I also used to be a newcomer, so I know how difficult it is to be a newcomer. If someone had helped me back then, my situation would definitely have been much better. Later, I thought that if there was a chance in the future, I would help a newcomer if I could. Who knows when this newbie will be promoted? When that time comes, I can also bask in the glory." "I see." Yang Kai nodded. Dai Yu suddenly punched Yang Kai's shoulder. "Also, don't be so arrogant as a newbie, calling her Dai Yu." "It doesn't matter what you call me." Yang Kai smiled and flipped his hand. "Look at this." Dai Yu looked down and immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, Where did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" The same sentence coming from Dai Yu and Old Fong's mouth gave off a completely different feeling. "I'll give them back to you." Yang Kai pushed his hand forward. Dai Yu looked at him suspiciously. "How did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I said they were given by the general, would you believe me?" "AI, let alone you. Even I wouldn't believe it, but that's the truth. They were all given by the general." "What's going on?" Dai Yu was extremely shocked. Yang Kai briefly told Dai Yu about how he saw the great general being chased and intercepted in his orchard, and how he had taken it to find some insects to eat. Of course, He omitted the big battle between him and the great general, as it would be too shameful if word got out. Hearing that Yang Kai had been able to get a 1-to-1 spirit pill reward for feeding the great general, Dai Yu's small mouth formed a beautiful circle. The main reason was that since he had to return Dai Yu's heaven-opening pills, he had to explain the origin of the pills. Moreover, she had helped him a lot. First, she answered many of his questions for free. Then, she took him to the market and lent him money to buy him a set of insect-catching tools. Today, when she heard that something had happened to him, she hurried over to ask about it. Since she treated him so sincerely, Yang Kai didn't want to lie to her. More importantly, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Previously, when Yang Kai brought General Si-Chin to catch those insects, there were quite a few people who saw General Si-Chin bestow a spirit pill. So Yang Kai had nothing to hide. That's what happened. Yang Kai shrugged. Really? Dai Yu still didn't dare to believe it. She had been here for so many years and had never seen the general treat anyone so well. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. That's right. Do you have any blue flame silkworms? Dai Yu nodded subconsciously. I caught 2 this month. Give it to me. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Dai Yu handed her wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately walked out and whistled loudly. Then he turned around and went back into the house. Wait a moment. Not long after, the outside of the door was filled with golden light. Great General Si-Chin had returned to his half-human height and was blocking the door, peeking in to see what was going on. Stupid chicken, come in. I'll give you something to eat. After a month of hanging out, Yang Kai had become familiar with the general and didn't need to be as careful as before. On the other hand, Dai Yu was taken aback, fearing that General Si-Chin would become angry. But when she looked around, General Si-Chin really did walk in and didn't seem to mind the way Yang Kai addressed him, causing her to be amazed. Yang Kai opened the wooden box and took out 2 blue flame silkworms. The general didn't refuse and ate them in 2 bites. Then he tilted his head and stared at Dai Yu with one eye. Dai Yu felt uncomfortable being stared at. Little Dai, it's fine. You don't have to avoid her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. The general opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. When the golden light dissipated, Yang Kai was holding 2 heaven-opening pills in his hand. He proudly waved them at Dai Yu. Seeing the scene with her own eyes, Dai Yu was dumbfounded. Yang Kai really used 2 blue flame silkworms to obtain 2 heaven-opening pills from the great general. That's it. Go play by yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand. The general turned around and walked out of the door with a sway of his fat buttocks. How did you do that? After a long while, Dai Yu came back to her senses and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How would I know? Yang Kai knew that he had fought with it and ended up like this. He rubbed his chin and said, Maybe that stupid chicken likes me more. He didn't quite believe his own words. In any case, I have money to pay you back. Yang Kai took out another 30 spirit pills, plus the 2 he had just obtained, and stuffed them all into Dai Yu's hands. Dai Yu took them in a daze. She seemed to have received a great shock and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until Yang Kai waved his hand in front of her that she regained her vision. Are you going to the market? What are you going to do there? I'm going to buy some 100 refined incense. Didn't you just buy 2 last time? Dai Yu came back to her senses before she finished speaking. You used up all of them? Yang Kai laughed heartily. Where else do you think I got so many spirit pills? Before this, I brought the great general with me to sweep through all the orchards within a 100-kilometer radius. Those 2 boxes of 100 refined incense were long gone. If he hadn't taken a box from Old Fong, he really wouldn't have been able to last until the end of this month. Dai Yu immediately understood his plan. You want to take the general to catch insects like before. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together. It's a great way to make money. There's no reason not to use it. Dai Yu pondered for a moment before saying, But have you thought about it? If you do that, you may offend a lot of people. There was no need for her to remind him. Yang Kai knew very well that he had already offended a lot of people. He sneered, so be it, as long as there are heaven-opening pills. What's there to be afraid of? Dai slowly shook her head. That's not right. If you really offend too many people, you won't be able to stay in the servant house. Those people won't dare to go against the general. They'll definitely come after you. Yang Kai raised his arms. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Dai glared at him. If you trust me, why don't you listen to my idea? Go ahead. Yang Kai turned to look at her. After all, she had lived here for 1,000 years. She should know more than he did. Dai waved her hand at him. Yang Kai leaned over and immediately felt the fragrance of orchids. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened. After a moment, Dai said, Of course. I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can decide what to do. But no matter where you are, eating alone will always attract jealousy. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. That's a good idea. This will save me a lot of trouble. Does that mean you agree? Of course, why wouldn't I? Yang Kai nodded seriously. I'll eat the meat and leave some soup for them. Besides, that's what they deserve. It's even more than what they fed the general. Many of them might be grateful to you. Yang Kai chuckled. It doesn't matter. We'll do as you say. But this way, we'll still have to go to the market. There's no need to buy so much 100 refined incense. By the way, Dai, there are blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land. What about the other spirit lands? Dai said, You're quite quick-witted. I was just about to tell you this. The fruit trees in the other spirit lands will naturally give birth to some strange insects. But I don't know what the general's taste is. You can go to the market and buy a few to try. That'll require a lot of investment. Yang Kai looked at Dai with burning eyes. Dai, you have to help me. Dai covered her mouth and smiled. Since I've made the suggestion, I'll naturally help you. But she moved closer to Yang Kai and nudged him with her shoulder. Little brother, when you succeed in the future, don't forget to help your sister. Chapter 38:54. Yang Kai laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. After we earn some money, we'll split the profits. Dai turned her head and looked at him. Take your claws away. After carefully discussing in the room and confirming the division of labor, Yang Kai took the 1,000 heaven opening pills he borrowed from Dai and flew straight to the market square. Not long after Yang Kai left, a piece of news spread in the servant room. Dai could exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill. This caused an uproar in the servant room. In an instant, countless people rushed to Dai's residence. It had to be known that when people were filial to the great general, they would usually feed him 3 or 4 blue flame silkworms before the great general would reward them with a spirit pill. This was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the great general would ignore them no matter how much they fed him. But now, as long as they caught 2 blue flame silkworms, they would definitely be able to get a heaven-opening pill from Dai. No matter how profitable this deal was, they would naturally scramble for it. Moreover, the odd job workers would stay in the orchard for a month and would more or less catch a few insects every month. Although they didn't know what Dai was doing, after confirming the accuracy of the news and seeing someone exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill, a long line formed in front of Dai's door. Everyone had just returned from the orchard, so who didn't have insects on hand? Dai had a good relationship with the other servants in the handyman room and even had a few so-called close sisters, so at this moment she naturally spared no effort to inquire about this matter. But this matter was related to the interests of both her and Yang Kai, so how could she say anything? She simply smiled and remained tight-lipped. Only a few people looked at the bustling scene and revealed pensive expressions. On the other side, after Yang Kai arrived at the servant market, he went straight to the shop selling the pure wood box and 100 refined incense. He spent 10 heaven-opening pills to buy 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. According to his original plan, he would use the hundreds of heaven-opening pills he had obtained to buy 100 refined incense. After all, he would be bringing General Si Chin to catch insects in the future, so the consumption of incense would be great. However, after listening to Dayu's suggestion, he found that her suggestion was better. If he were to do as he had planned, not only would he offend a lot of people, but the efficiency would also be low, now that he had Dayu by the jade flame silkworms from the servants. It would save him time and effort, and he wouldn't have to offend anyone. Even if others knew the truth in the future, they would only think that he was lucky to be valued by the general and would not bear a grudge against him. Just as Dayu had said before, since ancient times there had never been a good ending for those who ate alone. It could even be said that with Dayu's method, his income would probably be greater. However, even though he didn't need to buy incense in bulk, he still had to keep 2 boxes as backup. After leaving the shop, Yang Kai walked around the market. He wanted to find a place to set up a stall, but after walking around, he found that the good spots had been taken by others. The remaining ones were in the corners, unremarkable. After standing in place and observing for a while, Yang Kai went straight to one of the stalls, reached out, and handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. The stall owner was a young man. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Brother, what do you want to buy?" "I want to buy your stall." Yang Kai waved the heaven-opening pills in his hand and said, "Put away your things and give me your stall. These 3 spirit pills are yours." The young man muttered to himself for a moment before he happily put away the miscellaneous items on his stall. "Leave your signboard as well. It's all yours." The young man smiled and took the 3 heaven-opening pills. In the blink of an eye, he squeezed into the crowd and soon disappeared. The stall owners on the left and right glanced over with strange expressions. They had been here for many years and had never seen anyone buy a stall. No one managed the stalls here, and it had always been a first-come, first-served basis. Yang Kai sat down where the young man had just been, picked up the signboard, and wiped off the words on it. Then he picked up a piece of charcoal from the ground and, after thinking for a moment, raised his hand and wrote a line of words on the signboard. Then he stuck the signboard next to the stall and opened for business. The stall owner on the left was an old man. When he looked over, he couldn't help but laugh. When he saw Yang Kai being so generous, he thought he was doing some big business. But who would have thought that the signboard actually said he was buying insects from fruit trees and orchards? The old man also knew that there were insects in every orchard, but they weren't very useful. Under normal circumstances, they would be caught and crushed to death. He didn't know why this young man was buying these insects. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to other people's business. Shaking his head, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on his own business. Kai Yang had been sitting there for half a day. Originally, he had been ready to go all out, but after half a day, although there were many people who had stopped to watch, not a single one had come to ask him. This made him feel somewhat speechless. Thinking about it again, he suddenly understood. Not every spiritual land had great General Sichin. The stupid chicken of the fire spirit land was a pet of the earth protector venerable and happened to like eating blue flame silkworms. So the servants of the fire spirit land had the habit of collecting insects. The servants of other spiritual lands should also be collecting insects, but they definitely wouldn't keep them. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly frowned. If this was the case, then his plan wouldn't work. At this time, a timid voice sounded. "Excuse me, brother, what kind of insects are you buying?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a petite young girl standing in front of a stall. The young girl had delicate features and a few freckles on the tip of her nose. When their eyes met, the young girl's face was slightly red. Finally, someone came to ask. Yang Kai was startled and said, "Insects that grow on fruit trees, do you have them?" The young girl shook her head. "I don't. You don't have them?" Yang Kai almost cursed, but seeing how easily frightened she was, he couldn't bear it and squeezed out a smile. "Then please go ahead." The young girl didn't leave and stood there hesitating for a while before asking, "How do you buy them?" Since there was nothing to do, and it was rare for someone to ask, Yang Kai casually replied, "For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill." The servants of the fire spirit land had negotiated with Daiyu to exchange 2 insects for 1 pill. The price of the other spiritual lands would definitely not be the same. As soon as this was said, before the young girl in front of the stall could say anything, the elderly man next to her opened his eyes and turned to Yang Kai. "Young man, what did you just say? For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill?" "1 insect and 1 pill, but I want them alive." The old man was still in disbelief and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After all, he had been here for so many years and had never seen anyone use a heaven-opening pill to exchange for useless insects. "Then wait a moment. I have a friend who has insects. I'll call her over." As the freckled young girl spoke, she took out a bell and gently shook it. The old man on the side stopped doing business and just looked over with interest, as if he wanted to confirm whether things were really as Yang Kai said, that 4 insects could be exchanged for a heaven-opening pill. Not long after, a young girl in her early 20s squeezed out from the crowd and looked at the freckled young girl. "Little Emo, someone is buying insects." The young girl named Little Emo pointed to Yang Kai and said, "It's him, he wants to buy." "Elder Sister Shueping, you can ask him yourself." Yu Shueping frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and then at the sign next to him to make sure she was not seeing things before asking, "How do you want to buy them?" "For insects for a heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Although she had already learned this from Little Mo's message, when she heard it with her own ears, she still found it hard to believe. She really didn't know what was wrong with this guy, actually using a heaven-opening pill to buy something like this. Was it because too many heaven-opening pills would burn his hand? However, since he did this, he must have his reasons. After pondering for a moment, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it and swept it with his divine sense before gently nodding. 11 insects. And are these blue water silkworms? Yes. The number is not enough, but I'll count it as 12 for 3 heaven-opening pills. As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the blue water silkworms into his wooden box. When he returned the box, he also handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. This was his first order, so it didn't matter if he was a little generous. After receiving the pills, Yu Shueping and Little Emo were stunned. They finally confirmed that this young man was really doing what was written on the sign. This was an unexpected fortune. Yu Shueping had only caught some blue water silkworms out of boredom to raise for fun. After all, there was nothing much to do as an odd job worker, who knew that it would actually bring her some profit. Her shock only lasted for a moment before Yu Shueping immediately smelled the scent of great benefits from this transaction and hurriedly asked, "Brother, how many blue water silkworms do you want to buy?" "I want as many as you have, no limit," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Then will you still come next month?" "Of course. I understand." Yu Shueping nodded heavily. "Then when the city square opens next month, I'll come find you here." Yang Kai finally recovered and understood what she was planning to do. He secretly scolded himself for being foolish. He only knew how to sit here and wait for people to come to buy, but he didn't know how to train an agent. The odd job workers of other spiritual lands didn't have the habit of catching insects and keeping them. If he didn't give them some benefits, where would the insects come from? This woman in front of him had this kind of mind and this kind of intention, so he could cooperate with her. "Okay." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "May I know brother's name?" "Junior Sister Yu Shueping." Yang Kai reported his name. Yu Shueping said, "So it's Brother Yang." Brother Yang shouldn't be from the water spiritual land, and this is the first time we've met, so we don't know each other well. What if I come next month and can't find brother? Yang Kai said, "I will definitely come." Yu Shueping shook her head. "Words are no guarantee." Yang Kai looked at her with interest. "Then what do you propose?" Chapter 38:55. "Brother, how about I give you 30 heaven-opening pills as a deposit?" Yu Shueping obviously already had a plan in mind and said, "Of course, I can also give something to brother as collateral so that brother won't have to worry about me not coming here after receiving the spirit pills." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sure, what does Junior's sister want as collateral?" Yu Shueping stretched out her hand and grasped the air, causing a long sword to appear in her palm. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, "I'll use this as collateral." Yang Kai reached out and handed it over, flicking his finger on the blade. A clear and melodious sword cry rang out as the blade buzzed incessantly. Nodding, he said, "Good sword, I'll take it." He then put it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this sword, but he could imagine that it was about the same as 30 heaven opening pills. As a result, when the market opened next month, he and Yu Shueping would definitely come here to meet, guaranteeing their transaction. Taking out 30 heaven opening pills and handing them to her, Yu Shueping's beautiful eyes lit up. "Many thanks, brother. Then we'll meet again next month." Turning to her companion, she called out, "Little Mo, let's go." The two hurriedly left the market and went straight to the water spirit land. The two of them didn't hide their conversation from the others, so the stall owners on the left and right all saw it. None of them were fools, so after Yu Shueping left, the elderly man on the left said, "Little brother, that girl just now should be from the water spirit land. This old master is from the earth spirit land. There are also insects in the earth spirit land's orchard. I wonder if we can cooperate?" "I'm from the metal spirit land." The stall owner on the right also came over, a flattering look on his face. "I also know a friend from the wood spirit land. Would you like to call him over?" An hour later, Yang Kai packed up his stall and left. Although he hadn't received many insects on this trip, only 11 of them had been sold to him by Yu Shueping. A path had been opened. All that was left was to wait for the next month to meet. Yang Kai could already see a large number of heaven opening pills rolling towards him. Returning to the village where the handyman's house was located, Yang Kai saw a long line in front of Dai Yu's house from afar. Knowing that his plan was going well, Yang Kai smiled happily. A figure sneakily approached. Yang Kai turned his head and saw old Fong with a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and said, "Brother, you're back?" "Yes," Yang Kai answered casually. "What's the matter?" "It's fine." Old Fong smiled and said, "Brother, if you're free, why don't you come over to my place for a chat? I've been collecting fine wine for many years, and I can finally open it today. It's tasteless to drink alone, so I wonder if you'll do me the honor?" Yang Kai crossed his arms and looked at him with a half-smile. "Drink? I'm not interested. Besides, I remember someone saying that we should just pretend that we've never met before." Old Fong reached out and slapped himself. He said bitterly, "I was confused at that time. Brother, don't take it to heart. It's not easy for us to get to know each other in this vast world. Just give me some face and take it as my apology." Yang Kai was still hesitating, but old Fong had already grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pulled him towards his house. He said, "Brother, you're a master. Don't take it to heart." Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Just drink. Don't pull me like that. That's improper." Okay. I won't pull you like that." Old Fong kept nodding and bowed. Yang Kai followed Old Fong into his house and closed the door. Old Fong mysteriously took out a wine jar and placed 2 plates of spirit fruits on the table. He then sat down across from Yang Kai. He opened the seal, and the room was immediately filled with the rich aroma of wine. Old Fong politely filled Yang Kai's cup and then filled his own. He raised his cup and said, "It's my honor to meet Brother Yang in this fire spirit land. Let this old brother toast you first." He raised his head and downed the contents of his cup. Yang Kai glanced at him and also downed his own cup. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. The wine was good. It was mellow and rich. A burning sensation rose from his stomach, making him feel warm and light. Old Fong continued to fill Yang Kai's cup and said with a smile, "This old man has kept this jar of wine for 800 years. Back then, I collected the most precious materials from my world and spent a lot of money and manpower. There were only 3 jars in total. One was drunk when this old man set out to come to this world. The other was given to Steward Chow. This is the last jar in this world. The wine is good. Yong Kai praised. It's good. Drink more. Old Fong's face was glowing. And these spirit fruits, this old man brought them over from his world. I've always kept them and couldn't bear to eat them. Although the world outside of this world is wonderful, you definitely can't find these things. Yong Kai nodded and picked up a bunch of grape-like berries to eat. As he ate and drank, Old Fong talked endlessly. He reminisced about his past glory and lamented his current miserable situation. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He was speechless and tears streamed down his face. Yong Kai couldn't stand him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it. Don't talk nonsense. It's annoying." Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Old brother actually doesn't have much to say. I just want to see if little brother can help old brother out." "How can I help you out?" Yong Kai looked at him with a smile. "You know, I've only been here for 2 months. You've been here for hundreds of years. If we're talking about help, I'm the one who needs your help." Old Fong waved his hand. "Ambition doesn't depend on age. I've been here for hundreds of years and haven't made a name for myself. But, little brother, you've done something earth-shattering the moment you arrived. I don't know what you're talking about." Yong Kai casually threw a spirit fruit into his mouth and ate happily. Old Fong's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and didn't beat around the bush. He could see that if he continued to argue like this, he would always be the passive one. He went straight to the point. "Miss Daiyu is outside collecting blue flame silkworms. 2 blue flame silkworms can be exchanged for 1 heaven-opening pill. Is that so?" Yong Kai blinked. "Then hurry up and sell them. This is a good thing." Old Fong lowered his voice. "I saw her go into your room before and only came out after a long time. This young master is wise and powerful. It's not strange for a woman to like me." Old Fong gritted his teeth. "You said that the great general gave you a lot of heaven-opening pills. I'm quite lucky. The great general likes me." Old Fong was about to cry. "Little brother, when you first entered the orchard, it was I who taught you how to take care of the fruit trees. I even let you practice in my own orchard. You didn't have the pure wood box and 100 refined incense, so I lent them to you for free. Didn't the great general give you a heaven-opening pill when he rewarded you?" Yong Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old Fong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it. This old master is unlucky. I don't have much hope in this life." In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. Yong Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "No matter what, I still have to thank you for your 1 month of teaching. You're a stingy person, but overall you're not bad." Old Fong looked at him in shock. "Go and help Xiao Dai later. I think she's a bit busy." Old Fong smiled and grabbed Yong Kai's hand. He looked like he wanted to repay him with his body. "Little brother, this old brother will never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. This old brother won't ask for too much. When little brother makes a fortune, just give me some benefits. I'll go first. You can drink slowly." After saying this, he ran out of the door with an unimaginable agility. Yong Kai wiped his hands on his clothes and continued to sit down. He didn't go back until he finished the jar of wine and spirit fruit. At night, Yong Kai's house was filled with golden light. The great general raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking forward with arrogance. Yong Kai stood in front of him and fed him the blue flame silkworms. Old Fong and Dai stood to the side, holding their breaths and nervously watching. Every time he fed a dozen insects, Yong Kai would reach out his hand to the great general. Then the great general would spit out a golden light from his mouth. Yong Kai didn't know how many times he repeated this process, but after the insects in his hand were all fed, the great general burped and slowly walked out of the room. Yong Kai discovered that this stupid chicken's appetite wasn't as small as he thought. It was just an illusion that it was full after eating a dozen insects in the orchard. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many insects there were, it could eat them all. After closing the door and opening the restriction, Old Fong swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask, "How? How many?" He had never seen so many heaven-opening pills in his life. Today was an eye-opener. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the great general was so generous. He had tried to feed the great general some insects, but the great general only ate a few insects and didn't reward him with a single heaven-opening pill. Dai Yu's situation was better. She ate 5 insects and received 1 heaven-opening pill, which was normal. Only Yang Kai, the ratio of the insects he fed to the heaven-opening pills, was 1-to-1. Under the burning gazes of the two, Yang Kai checked the space ring on his hand with his divine sense before looking up at them and chuckling. 1,400! Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how many heaven-opening pills that stupid chicken had on it. If it could just casually give him 1,400, wouldn't it have even more on it? However, those things were given to it by the Venerable One, so unless it wanted to, anyone who dared to steal them would definitely not have a good ending. Hearing this number, even though Dai Yu was mentally prepared, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. Old Fong was even more excited as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, you've struck gold! You've struck gold!" He and Dai Yu had stayed in this servant room for quite some time and had seen many servants come and go, but none of them had ever been like Yang Kai, obtaining so many heaven-opening pills in just 2 months. Even if he had saved up for several hundred years, he still wouldn't have this many. This was simply a miracle. But speaking of which, this was all thanks to the great general's strange attitude towards Yang Kai. No other servant had ever been treated so generously by the great general. Chapter 3856. The table was full of Kai Tian pills, dazzling the 3 people in the room. After the business was done, all that was left was to divide the spoils. This was an exciting moment. Yang Kai looked at the 2 people on his left and right. With a wave of his hand, he divided the pills on the table into 2 and pushed half of them to Dai Yu. "Little Dai, this is your capital." Dai Yu smiled and accepted it. The pills used to buy the blue flame silkworms today were all paid by Dai Yu. Without her, this plan wouldn't have worked. Yang Kai didn't have any Kai Tian pills, so there was nothing to say about getting the capital back. Yang Kai divided the remaining half into 2 again and pushed half of them to Dai Yu. "This is yours." Dai Yu looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai said, "We agreed that we'd split it 2 ways. He took out another 50 pills from his half and pushed it to Old Fong. "Old Fong, this is yours. Don't think it's too little. Little Dai paid for it, and she was the one who came up with this idea, so you should get more." Old Fong was so excited that his face flushed. "It's not little. I just follow Miss Dai Yu and run errands. This is more than enough." It was indeed a lot. The salary of a handyman was 3 pills a year. Occasionally, they could get some rewards from the general. If they made a contribution in the orchard, they might be rewarded with other pills. But in general, a handyman could only earn 10 to 20 pills a year at most, and 5 or 6 at least. It was difficult to earn more than that. But today he just followed Dai Yu and received 50 Kai Tian pills. This was equivalent to several years of hard work. How could Old Fong not be satisfied? How could he not be satisfied? This source of income was all thanks to Yang Kai. Old Fong really didn't think it was too little. In his excitement, he wanted to put away the pills. But seeing that Dai Yu didn't take any action, he felt that if he acted too eagerly, he would appear too greedy. So he suppressed his eagerness and waited. Dai Yu smiled and divided the half in front of her into 2 again, pushing the extra 1 back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Old Fong both looked at her in shock. Dai Yu said, "Little brother is benevolent and righteous. How can I, as your elder sister, take advantage of you? This time, I'm paying the price, so I'll take a little more. You can keep the rest. You're new here and need the heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai looked at the portion in front of her. He estimated that there were only about 100 pills. He laughed and said, "We agreed to split it evenly. You can't expect me to go back on my word, right?" Dayu pursed her lips and said, "I know you're a man of your word, and I didn't misjudge you, but I'll get the same benefits as how much effort I put in. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't feel comfortable taking it. Moreover, since the path has already been opened, and it's not like this is the only time. In the future, when I follow you, do you think I won't be able to earn enough opening heaven pills? I believe that as long as I follow you in the future, I'll be able to earn even more heaven opening pills. This is what I call a steady stream." Yang Kai saw how serious and honest she was, and guessed that even if he tried to force her, she wouldn't accept. So he nodded and said, "All right, then we'll all work together to make a fortune in the future." Old Fong stood to the side, his stomach knotted. He had put in the least effort, and although he had taken the least compared to his efforts, these 50 heaven opening pills in front of him were already a generous reward. After struggling for a while, he reluctantly took out 5 heaven opening pills and pushed them back. "I'll also take less? If little brother has any more good things like this in the future, don't forget about me." Kai Yang glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. "Forget it, just put it away." Old Fong immediately put the 50 heaven opening pills into his space ring with a look of satisfaction. Yang Kai and Dai, you also put away their heaven opening pills. The 3 people in the room looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Who wouldn't be happy to make a fortune? "There's one more thing I need to tell you. The roads to the other spirit lands have been opened. When the market opens next month, we can go there and collect insects. At that time, the profits we'll get won't just be 1, but 7. You've already talked to someone?" Dayu asked curiously. Yang Kai told her about his encounter with you, Shueping today, and what happened afterward, telling her that he had found an agent in each spirit land and asked them to help him purchase insects from each spirit land at a ratio of 1 to 4. Dayu listened and sighed. That Yu Shueping is quite smart, actually seeing the key to the matter at once. Yang Kai played with a heaven-opening pill in his hand and said with a smile, "In any case, this is also good for us, and without their help we can't go to the other spirit lands to buy insects." "That's not bad. And I have a proposal. Speak." Yang Kai looked at her. "Later on, Elder Fong and I will take care of this matter. We will provide the funds and manpower. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to be responsible for feeding the great general and getting rewards. When we get the profits, Elder Fong and I will split 10%. Old Fong said with a smile, "Mine is enough." Dayu looked at him with a smile. "Old Fong, do you know how much 10% is? Are you sure you won't regret it if you give it away so generously?" "How much?" Old Fong asked. Dayu smiled. "According to the profits of our fire spirit land this time, it's about 700 heaven opening pills. So 10% is 70. Moreover, this is the number of insects purchased at a ratio of 1 to 2. The other 6 spirit lands have a higher ratio, so the profits will be even more. 10% is about 600 to 700 heaven opening pills." With a gudong sound, Old Fong gulped and stared at Yang Kai anxiously. "Little brother, I'm afraid I drank too much just now and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Yang Kai laughed. "The 2 of you helped me so much. How could I let you be wronged? 10%. Old Fong was grateful and couldn't help but calculate in his heart. If he and Dayu each took 10%, then it would be 600 to 700 heaven opening pills. Wouldn't the remaining 80% be 5,000 to 6,000? He couldn't help but be shocked. This number was simply too terrifying. He had been here for several hundred years and had never collected so many heaven opening pills. Yang Kai had made such a huge profit in just 1 month. His expression became serious. "Brother, this matter cannot be known by others. Otherwise there will be no peaceful days. Brother also swears that if I, Fong Biki, reveal even half a word about this matter, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will not be at peace." Dayu slowly shook her head. The fire spirit land's matter cannot be hidden for long, but the acquisition of insects from the other spirit lands must be kept a secret. When we go back and see the agents, I will talk to them. It won't be difficult for them to keep their mouths shut. After all, they also benefited from this. So who would want to make things difficult for themselves? Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you. There's one more thing. Dai, you looked at Yang Kai. You have to maintain a good relationship with Steward Chow. If the fire spirit land's matter is leaked, he will definitely be jealous. If you don't maintain a good relationship with him, you will be hindered in the future. Oh, Kai Yang suddenly felt a bit sick of it, but after thinking about what she said, he nodded his head and said, I'll find an opportunity to clear things up. If he could take this opportunity to get him out of the orchard, that would be the best. But then again, when the road to wealth opened up in the future, the fire spirit land's income was only a small part. Even if it was exposed, it wouldn't matter much. At most, he would just have to give some benefits to Zhouzheng. This wasn't a big deal. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Now that everything was settled, all that was left was to wait for the market to open next month to see the results. However, the acquisition of the blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land could be carried out ahead of schedule. Moreover, this matter would be handled by Dai Yu and Old Fong, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit pill in his hand into his mouth. He had never eaten a heaven-opening pill before, so he was reluctant to do so before, but now he naturally wanted to taste it. There was nothing special about it. Zhang Ruo, she had said that the heaven-opening pill had two functions. The first was to raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master, but there was a limit to it. At most, it could only raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master by 1 or 2 grades, and the higher the grade, the more difficult it was to raise. The second function was to help a cultivator purify and condense their yin and yang 5 elements energy. Therefore, heaven-opening pills were hard currency in the entire universe. Basically, every cultivator's strength and growth were inseparable from this spirit pill. However, the medicinal efficacy of this spirit pill was limited. Only the heaven-opening pill born from the heaven and earth universe furnace could help a cultivator reach the peak. Yang Kai hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm yet, and the wood attribute energy he condensed was the essence of the immortal tree. So this heaven-opening pill had no effect on him other than a warm feeling. Knowing that it would be a waste to eat more, he simply ignored it. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, the golden rooster crowed, and the figures of the people in the chores room turned into streaks of light as they flew towards the orchard. In front of everyone's eyes, great General Si Chen's body shone with a golden light as he transformed into the size of an ordinary rooster. With a flap of his wings, he landed on Kai Yang's head. That wasn't all. His plump buttocks wiggled in Kai Yang's hair as he assumed the most comfortable position. Yang Kai's face twitched as he felt humiliated. But considering the huge benefits this guy had brought him, he endured. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees as usual, fertilizing and watering, catching insects, extracting earth vein fire attribute energy, and using wood attribute energy to nourish the fruit trees. There was no need for him to go around robbing people like he did last month. That would offend too many people, and in the end, it was proven that he didn't have as many methods as Xiao Dai. When he had free time, he would drink and play chess with Old Fong. His days were quite carefree, and from time to time, someone would come to Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms. According to Old Fong, he and Dai Yu had already spread the word that as long as the chores in the fire spirit land caught enough insects, they could exchange them for a heaven-opening pill. As such, people would come to Old Fong's orchard every few days. Yang Kai didn't know where Dai Yu's orchard was, but it seemed that her situation was similar. When he returned to rest, he could feed the blue flame silkworms she received to the great general. Chapter 38:57. The taste of sitting on the ground and making money was simply too intoxicating. Yang Kai had recently treated the great general as a god of wealth, while old Fong treated Yang Kai as a god of wealth, grinning from ear to ear every day, even generously sharing the food and wine in his space ring with Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. On a day of rest, the group of 3 went straight to the market. When they arrived at the previous stall, they saw 2 women already waiting for them. It was none other than Yu Shueping and the young girl named Xiao Mo, seeing Yang Kai come as promised. Yu Shueping's beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Kai waved his hand to her, but did not come forward himself, instead turning around and leaving old Fong and Daiyu behind. Yu Shueping and Xiao Mo exchanged a glance before quickly following behind him. Walking until they reached a remote area, Yang Kai stopped and smiled at the 2 of them. "Brother," Yu Shueping called out. Yang Kai nodded, sweeping the area with his divine sense to determine that no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice and asking, "How was Junior's sister's harvest?" "Brother will know when you see it for yourself." Saying this, Yu Shueping handed over 3 boxes made of pure wood. Yang Kai received them, swept them with his divine sense, and obtained the exact number, a total of 1138 blue water silkworms, worth 285 heaven-opening pills, including the previous deposit of 30 heaven-opening pills. This is a total of 255 spirit pills. Junior sister can count them herself. "There's no need to count, I trust, brother." Yu Shueping suppressed the excitement in her heart as she accepted the spirit pills handed over by Yang Kai. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Mo, both of their faces filled with excitement. To be honest, it wasn't until this moment that she could finally put down the stone in her heart. Although Yang Kai had paid a deposit before, she also had some collateral with Yang Kai. In order to purchase these blue water silkworms, she had paid a lot of spirit pills. If Yang Kai hadn't come today, she would have suffered a great loss. Now that she had obtained the spirit pills, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Adding on the previous deposit, she had made a solid profit. Yang Kai returned the sword to Yu Shueping, who asked, "Brother, do you still want to buy these blue water silkworms?" Of course. Come here every month. I'll take as many as you can get." "All right, then I'll collect more from the water spiritual land for you." Xiao Mo asked curiously, "Brother, why do you want to buy these blue water silkworms?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Shueping elbowed her and said apologetically, "Little Mo is not sensible. Please don't blame her, senior martial brother." She also knew that Yang Kai would definitely not accept these seemingly useless insects for no reason. Just because she was useless didn't mean others were useless. Yang Kai had brought her to this remote place to trade, acting as if they were spies. Obviously, he didn't want this matter to be known to everyone, so Xiao Mo's question was somewhat abrupt. "It's fine." Yang Kai chuckled. Yu Shueping was obviously in a good mood after completing the first transaction. She chatted with Yang Kai for a while and agreed on a time for the next transaction. Suddenly, she heard someone coming. She turned her head and saw that it was one of Yang Kai's companions. She immediately said, "Brother, it's a deal. I'll come to you next month." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as Yu Shueping and Little Mo left, the old man led the old man from the earth spirit land over. The old man saw Yu Shueping's departing figure with his own eyes and knew that the deal they had agreed on last month had been completed. Filled with anticipation, he politely greeted Yang Kai. The price had already been agreed upon, and there was nothing to be said between the 2 of them. However, the number of insects brought by the old man from the earth spiritual land was not that many. There were only about 300 of them. It was likely that Yu Shueping had some doubts in her heart, fearing that Yang Kai was deceiving her, so she didn't dare to accept too much. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single spirit land to only accept so much in a month. In this regard, he wasn't as bold as Yu Shueping. After the transaction with the earth spiritual land was over, Daiyu led her people over. After a full hour, Yang Kai had received 6 groups of people. But in addition to Yu Shiweping, the people from the other 5 spirit lands only brought 600 insects at most. Most of them were like the old man from the Earth Spirit Land, about 300 to 400 insects. But they couldn't be blamed. They weren't familiar with each other, and this was the first time they had cooperated. It was right to be careful. After all, not everyone was as daring as Yu Shiweping. Adding the insects from the 6 spiritual lands together, it was a very large number. After collecting all the insects, there was no reason to stay in the market. The 3 of them immediately returned home and called for Great General Sichin. They hid in the room and split the spoils. After counting, they found that they had earned a total of 3,000 heaven opening pills this month. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Daiyu each took 10%. The remaining 2,000 or so were all given to Yang Kai. Old Fong was shocked. 2,000 a month meant at least 30,000 a year. It was enough to buy 2 sets of grade 3 materials. As long as they had enough materials, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach heaven opening in the future. After reaching heaven opening, they would be able to get rid of their servant status and truly become part of the Chiqiao land. In a good mood, Old Fong dragged Yang Kai and Daiyu to the market for a drink. With nothing to do and Old Fong's warm invitation, Yang Kai couldn't refuse. However, Daiyu said she had other things to do and wouldn't go. In the end, Yang Kai followed him to the market. There was a restaurant in the market. It was also opened by the Chiqiao land, but the workers there were all servants. It was only open for 3 days a month. The food and drinks in the restaurant weren't cheap, so normal servants couldn't afford to patronize it. However, it was only one restaurant after all. The market gathered the servants of the 7 spiritual lands. It was bustling with people every day, so the restaurant's business wasn't bad. It wasn't as bleak as one would expect. Following Old Fong into the restaurant, a servant dressed as a servant immediately came up to greet them warmly. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 tables in the lobby. There were 4 or 5 tables filled with people. They each ordered a few jugs of wine and a few dishes. They were eating in full swing. Old Fong had probably been here before. He waved his hand generously. "Do you have a private room? Give me one." There weren't many people who could eat and drink in this restaurant, so the private rooms on the 2nd floor were definitely not full. Hearing this, the servant nodded and smiled. "Yes, yes. Brothers, please come upstairs." They followed the servant to the 2nd floor and entered a private room. The 2 of them sat down. Old Fong called out a list of dishes and waved his hand. "Give me 10 jugs of good wine." Yang Kai turned to look at him and smiled. "Can you finish all of them?" "Take them away if you can't." Old Fong ordered the servant. "Pack 10 more jugs and take them away. That's all for now. I'll call you if it's not enough." The servant hurriedly responded and left to do his job. Yang Kai looked around and smiled. "You come here often?" Old Fong laughed dryly. "How could I? Normally, I would only come here to buy a few jars of wine to drink at home. I've been in Kikikyo for hundreds of years, but the number of times I've come here is less than 10. It's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to come here." After a pause, he said, "The things here are a little expensive, but the taste is still not bad. There are many things that we can't see where we come from. Little brother, eat more later." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you're treating, I won't stand on ceremony." Old Fong said with a smile, "Of course, of course." After a short while, all the dishes were served. Old Fong took the initiative to pour wine and enthusiastically served Yang Kai, the god of wealth. He ate and drank while chatting. After all, Old Fong had been here for a few hundred years, so he knew more about the 7 Corners land than Yang Kai. Although he didn't know much about the situation outside of the 7 Corners land. He knew more about the Fire Spirit land than anyone else. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai listened with great interest. According to him, Zhou Zheng's steward Chao used to be a servant in the Fire Spirit land, but his luck was better. He was recognized by the higher-ups, and he made a few contributions to the orchard. After accumulating enough heaven-opening pills and buying all the ingredients, he was promoted to the heaven-opening realm. Only then was he promoted to manager of the fire spirit land. Yang Kai was shocked. He raised his wine cup and said, "Steward Chow is in the heaven-opening realm." He hadn't been able to tell. He thought that Steward Chow was the same as him, walking on the path of cultivation. At most, he had condensed a few more types of energy than him. What kind of heaven-opening realm is that? Old Fong sneered. Who knew if it was because he was in a better mood, but he was drunk? It's just a first-grade heaven-opening realm. If this old man wanted to, he would have broken through long ago. Yang Kai silently calculated. First-grade materials were worth 150 heaven-opening pills. To condense 7 types of energy, he would need at least 1,000 spirit pills. Old Fong had been here for several hundred years, so he should have accumulated enough. He wasn't bragging. Drinking the wine in his cup, Old Fong sneered. First-grade heaven-opening realm is the most hopeless heaven-opening realm. By doing this, he's cutting off his own path. No matter how many heaven-opening pills he takes in the future, he'll only be able to reach 3rd grade at most. This old man's ambition isn't that low. I want to directly reach 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. Oh, this idea was the same as Dai Yu's. Dai Yu's goal was also 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. As a result, she had hopes of reaching 4th grade or even 5th grade heaven-opening realm. 4th grade or 5th grade heaven-opening realm was the middle heaven-opening realm. It was on a completely different level from the lower heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai nodded. Although that's true, 1st grade heaven-opening realm is still heaven-opening realm. In truth, he was a bit curious as to what kind of strength a 1st grade heaven-opening realm cultivator could display. Unfortunately, he hadn't fought with Zhou Zheng yet, so there was no way for him to test it out. Old Fong said, "Brother, you don't know. Although that fellow is also a heaven-opening realm cultivator, he's only able to show off in front of us workers. As for those true disciples of the 7 openings lands who condensed 3rd grade materials, which one of them would look up to him?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of that consul disciple, Du Rafeng, he had seen when he first came to the 7 openings lands. That fellow was definitely a half-step heaven-opening realm cultivator, but his status was definitely not something that Zhou Zheng could compare to. Even that woman surnamed Yao, who had brought them to the fire spirit land, hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but Zhou Zheng had to bow and scrape in front of her. From this, it could be seen that outside the cosmos world, reaching the heaven-opening realm wasn't enough to give one a lofty position. Without a bright future, it was better not to advance. Chapter 38:58. That being said, everyone had their own difficulties. High-grade materials were not so easy to find. There would always be people who were forced to split open the heavens. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise, and the door was kicked open. Just as Lao Fong was feeling complacent, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Who is it?" He turned his head and did not recognize the person, but he looked familiar. Yang Kai recognized the person immediately and said in surprise, "Brother, sure." The person was one of the newcomers who came with him, the monster man, Shi Haotsong. Yang Kai did not know why he was here, and he even kicked open the door without any hesitation. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lao Fong came back to his senses and remembered that he had vaguely seen him in the servant room in the fire spirit land. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you know him?" Yang Kai nodded, thinking that not only did they know each other, but they had also formed an alliance to help each other. Since it was someone Yang Kai knew, Lao Fong could not be rude and said, "Since you are friends, why don't you sit down and have a drink with me?" Shi Haotsong looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. He fixed his eyes on Lao Fong again and slowly shook his head. "I don't dare." He gestured to the side and said, "Steward Chow invites the 2 of you." "Steward Chow." Lao Fong shivered and sobered up. Which Steward Chow? Sure, Tsang sneered. How many steward chow do you know? Where is the steward chow? Lao Fong swallowed his saliva. Sure, Tsang did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Cold sweat slowly appeared on Lao Fong's forehead, and he suddenly felt that a great disaster was coming. At this time, he also realized that it must be because he was too excited and drank too much with Yang Kai, so he spoke without thinking. Even the walls had ears. Maybe the steward Chow was sitting next to them. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said, "Let's go." If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since the other party had invited the two of them, he was definitely included. Sure, Tsang led the way in front, while Yang Kai and Old Fong followed, closely behind. Old Fong's legs and stomach were shaking. Previously, when he was chatting with Yang Kai, he had disparaged Zhou Zheng, a rank 1 Kai Tian, as useless. However, Kai Tian was Kai Tian. Moreover, Zhou Zheng had the title of manager of the orchard. No matter what, he was powerless to contend with him. If he really made things difficult for him, he could only accept it. He really wanted to slap himself. After drinking a little wine, he didn't have a lock on his mouth and dared to say anything. Steward Chow was right next door, and he was not alone. When he followed Sure Tsang into the cubicle next door, Yang Kai looked up and saw a table full of exquisite dishes. There were 5 people sitting at the table. Steward Chow was at the head of the table. On his left was Fong Tai from the Black River realm. On his right was the woman Su Nyini. Thousand Feather Boy and Ah Sun were also there. The newcomers who had recently come to the Fire Spirit Land were all here. Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. The situation was very obvious. Fong Tai and the others were hosting a banquet for the steward Chow. What surprised him was that he didn't know anything about this. Moreover, no one came to inform him, although he ran to the marketplace as soon as he came back from the orchard. After they formed an alliance last time, they had left their contact information. If they wanted to find him, it would be very easy and they could send a message to him. Since he didn't receive any news, it meant that they didn't intend to inform him. As his thoughts wandered, Yang Kai understood the whole story. He smiled and didn't care too much. He went up with Old Fong and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng's face was as cold as ice. He sat at the head of the table and didn't even look at the two. He just picked up a cup of wine and took a sip. Since he didn't speak, Yang Kai and Old Fong couldn't say anything either. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. The newcomers didn't look sideways. Only Ah Sun kept winking at Yang Kai. He didn't know what she was trying to say. After a long while, Fong Tai smiled faintly. He picked up the wine jug and filled Zhou Zheng's cup, saying, "Steward Zhou, calm your anger, calm your anger. Some ignorant people are spouting nonsense. Why should you care?" Steward Chow sneered. He picked up the cup in front of him and suddenly splashed the wine in front of him onto Old Fong's face. The wine was condensed with the power of the heaven opening stage. Although it was just wine, how could it be different from a blow to the head? Old Fong's head was immediately thrown back. He staggered back several steps before he could steady himself. After he stood firm, his nose and mouth were full of blood. Zhou Zheng got up and walked to Old Fong's side. He looked at him and said in an icy voice, "How is this steward's heaven opening stage? Is it still worthy of your discerning eyes?" Old Fong didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face. He lowered his head like a quail in winter. He shivered and stammered for a long time, but all he could do was apologize. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted and swept his sleeve across Old Fong's face. He then turned and walked out of the door. Fong Tai was very anxious. He shouted a few times and also chased after him, leaving the people in the room looking at each other. "Are you okay?" Kai Yang looked at Old Fong with concern. Speaking of this matter, he also had a bit of responsibility. If he hadn't been drinking with Old Fong, then he wouldn't have brought this disaster upon himself. But who would have thought that the person old Fong was talking about would coincidentally be sitting right next to him? Moreover, he had overheard their conversation. The soundproofing of this room isn't very good, Yang Kai thought to himself. However, he and old Fong were careless. They drank too much and didn't notice that there was someone next door. Old Fong had obviously also sobered up. Hearing this, he bitterly looked towards Kai Yang. "Little brother, save me!" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't panic. It's not a big deal." He looked away. Although it wasn't very ethical, looking at old Fong's bruised face and swollen nose was really funny. "You too, what should I say to you?" Sun Yen looked at them with a frown. "Don't you know that the walls have ears? Even if it wasn't us sitting here today, even if someone else was sitting here and heard what you said and complained to Steward Chow, can you bear the consequences?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "It's useless to say this now." He turned to look at them. "Why are you here?" Before Sun Yen could say anything, Fong Tai walked in from the door. He said with a dark face, "Of course we're here to treat Steward Chow. Do you even need to ask?" "Ah Sun," said Yang Kai, "you don't know. Brother Fong has made a contribution again. Today he is here to thank Steward Chow." "Another contribution?" Yang Kai turned to look at Fong Tai. He thought to himself, "Isn't this guy's luck a bit too good? He just made a contribution last month and received 30 heaven-opening pills as a reward. Now he's making another contribution this month? Does he think it's normal to make a contribution? And since he dared to come here to treat Steward Chow, he must have received a lot of rewards." He even wondered what the contribution was. Did he really make a contribution? Or was it the result of his good relationship with Zhou Zheng? Anyway, he didn't see any traces of any contribution. He didn't know what he had to do to make a contribution. Fong Tai ignored him. He was obviously upset. It was no wonder. He had purposely treated Zhou Zheng today. Looking at the dishes on the table, it seemed like they had just been served. No one had started eating yet. In other words, they had just sat down. Before the banquet even started, the host had already left in anger. It would be strange if he, the host, was happy. They sat down again. Fong Tai's face was dark. He picked up the food and drank without saying a word. Old Fong grabbed Yang Kai's arm with a pleading expression, as if he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Yang Kai didn't have any way to save him. Comforting him didn't work. So he just pulled him to sit down with him. Although Zhou Zheng had only vented his anger on old Fong, Yang Kai guessed that he had remembered him. This was really bad luck. He had been thinking that he could send some gifts to Zhou Zheng after he made some money. After all, he was working under him. Even if there were no benefits to making a good relationship with him, it wouldn't be bad. Now he had offended him before he could even carry out his plan. Including the previous incident, he had probably offended him to death. "You two still have the mood to sit here." Fong Tai glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Then what should we do?" Fong Tai had a look of disappointment on his face. "Look at you. Of all the people you could hang out with, you chose to hang out with this old guy. Now that you've been implicated by him, I'll see how you'll survive in the fire spirit land." Yang Kai was stunned by this attitude of an elder lecturing a junior. Also, Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai coldly. "What's the matter with General Sick Hen?" "What? How did you offend him?" "Everyone is saying that you've offended General Sick Hen, and now he's using your head as a chicken coop? Don't deny this. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake. Do you know what kind of background General Sick Hen has? He's the pet of our Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector. To put it bluntly, you might be able to survive in the Fire Spirit Land after offending Steward Chow. But now that you've offended General Sick Hen, do you think you'll have a good time? I won't be surprised if I see your corpse one day." Yang Kai was speechless. Many people had seen Stupid Chicken using his head as a chicken coop. It wasn't strange for such rumors to spread. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue. It was better to let people misunderstand. This way, the exposure of that incident would be delayed. But Yang Kai frowned and said unhappily, Brother Fong, aren't you meddling too much? Fong Tai snorted. Do you think I want to meddle with you? I just don't want you to implicate us. No matter what, we're all newcomers who came here with the Earth Protector. How you do things will affect us. Brother Fong, you're thinking too much. It's best if I'm thinking too much. But if you're still so stubborn, I don't think there's any need for us to form an alliance. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Chapter 38:59. Brother, I've implicated you. I'm sorry. Old Fong kept apologizing as they walked out of the market. Earlier in the restaurant, Yang Kai and Fong Tai didn't see eye to eye and parted on bad terms. Although Old Fong wasn't paying attention, he still noticed it. Yang Kai laughed. You're thinking too much. That guy clearly wants to distance himself from me. Even if today's incident didn't happen, he would have found another reason. But then again, he didn't have much of a relationship with Fong Tai. They just drank a pot of tea together in the market last month and then verbally agreed to form an alliance. Yang Kai didn't really care about this kind of unreliable alliance. Fong Tai took the opportunity to make things difficult for him today because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He probably wasn't afraid of being implicated. They didn't have much of a relationship, so even if something happened to Yang Kai, he wouldn't be implicated. But since they had agreed to form an alliance, if he didn't do anything when something happened to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be justifiable. Now that they had parted ways, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with him. Are you close? Why does he want to distance himself from you? Old Fong didn't understand. Yang Kai shook his head. We're not that close. He didn't want to talk about the alliance. He turned his head and said, But you, how are you going to solve today's incident? If you don't handle it well, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Old Fong said with a bitter face, I don't know. Yang Kai sighed. Prepare to spend a lot of money. That Zhou Zheng seems to be a greedy person. If you can be ruthless and give him more benefits, it should be fine. I hope so. It's not bad if I can spend money to avoid trouble. Brother, do you want to come with me? Today he saw you with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid he'll have a worse impression of you. That's true. Kai Yang rubbed his chin. How about this? When you go later, count me in as well. I won't be going. It's not good for too many people to go, so I'll have to trouble you to be the representative. Old Fong thought about it and felt that Yang Kai's words made sense. After all, giving a gift was not something that could be seen in public. It was better for him to go alone than with two people, so he immediately nodded and agreed. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. After all, with his monthly income, Yang Kai wouldn't go back on his word. They didn't speak the entire way back to the handyman quarters. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to wander around after the celebration. He spent the rest of his rest time in his room. 2 days later, General Si Chin entered the orchard and patrolled his territory as usual. 30 fruit trees didn't take much effort. However, Yang Kai soon stopped in front of a fruit tree and frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was something wrong with this fire spirit fruit tree. After carefully comparing it with the other fruit trees, he found that there was indeed something wrong. The leaves on this fruit tree and the color of the fire spirit fruit tree were redder than 3 days ago, as if they were about to be ripe. He didn't know what was going on, so he quickly went to ask Old Fong. When Old Fong saw him, he smiled and said, "Brother, you're here?" Yang Kai looked at his expression and smiled. "Is it done?" If it wasn't done, Old Fong wouldn't be so calm. As expected, Old Fong nodded. "It's done. It's just that it cost a lot." "How much?" Yang Kai asked. Old Fong gestured and said with heartache, 100 heaven opening pills. That's a few dozen years of my income. This time he had really lost a lot. That was in the past. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "How much do you get in a month now? What's there to feel heartache about? You said it yourself. We're spending money to avoid disasters." "Yes." Old Fong nodded. "Oh, right. I also sent 30 pills to you." Steward Chow kindly accepted them and said that you're very sensible. "I think you'll be able to get rid of that piece of land soon." All right, I'll give you more from the account later. Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of that piece of land, come with me to take a look. Old Fong saw his serious expression and hurriedly put down what he was doing and followed Yang Kai to the fruit tree. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Not good!" "What's wrong?" Old Fong said. The 3 dead fruit trees also showed this change. The color of the leaves and fruits became darker. Once this happens, the fruit trees will die in less than a month. Yang Kai was stunned. "Are you sure?" Old Fong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "My orchard is nearby. Do you think I don't know what happened here? This is an imminent calamity, an imminent calamity." "Then what should we do?" Old Fong walked in circles, racking his brains. After a while he stopped and said, "The only person who can help you now is Steward Chow. Fortunately, I sent some pills to him before, so he probably won't do anything. Go to the center of the orchard. There's a pavilion there. Steward Chow is usually there. Go find him and explain the situation. No need to look for him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a figure was flying quickly towards them. Who else could it be but Zhou Zhang? It looked like he was heading straight for them. Perhaps it was because of Old Fong's generous gift. Otherwise, he wouldn't come here unless he was patrolling the orchard. After a short while, Zhou Zhang landed in front of them. Yang Kai and Old Fong hurriedly bowed. Zhou Zhang clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. "You two are quite close. You're always together wherever you go." He smiled, as if he wasn't the one who splashed wine on Old Fong's face a few days ago. Old Fong nodded and bowed. "Brother Yang, you're new here and live next door to me. Of course, I have to take care of you." Zhou Zhang nodded. "That's right. If everyone here was like you, I wouldn't have to run around so tiring. I really want to rest early." Old Fong hurriedly said, "This orchard can't do without Steward Chow. The more capable one is, the more responsibility one has. I can only do my best to share the burden of the master." Zhou Zhang laughed and pointed at Old Fong. "You're the only one who knows how to talk." Old Fong smiled. "By the way, Steward Chow, I have something to report to you." "Yes, what is it?" "It's like this. Yang Kai has been in the chores room for more than 2 months now. I've personally taught him. I've seen that he learns quickly and does well. He's already capable of taking care of more fruit trees. We don't have many people in the chores room to begin with, so it's a bit of a waste to let him take care of only 30 fruit trees. Steward Chow, do you think you can transfer him to another place? Otherwise, this kid will come and bother me all day long. I'm really annoyed." As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Steward Chow, I'm already mentally prepared to contribute more to the land of fire spirits." Zhou Zhang nodded. "Well, it's rare for you to have such intentions. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. To tell you the truth, this is also the reason why I'm here today." Old Fong was overjoyed when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. They both knew that the gift they had given before was effective. Moreover, it was more than effective. It was simply immediate. "Thank you, Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his hands. Zhou Zhang smiled and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly fixed on the problematic fruit tree. He carefully looked at it for a while and his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "I suddenly remembered that I still have something important to do. I'll come back later." He was about to leave. How could Old Fong let him leave? He grabbed his arm and begged, "Steward Chow, Steward Chow, please wait. Can you transfer Yang Kai to another place first?" Zhou Zhang flicked his sleeves and said unhappily, "I'm responsible for patrolling and managing the fire spirit orchard. This is a very important matter. Any carelessness can lead to endless disasters. Now that I have something important to do, why are you pulling me? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?" Old Fong smiled apologetically. "There's no need to rush. Transferring Yang Kai away is just a matter of a word from you, Master Steward." Zhou Zhang looked at him coldly. "It's easy to transfer him away, But after he leaves, who will take care of the 30 fruit trees in this orchard? I haven't found a replacement yet. Why don't you take care of them for a while?" Old Fong was stunned. How could he dare to agree? He subconsciously loosened his grip, and Zhou Zheng immediately flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. "This is bad, this is bad." Old Fong slapped his thigh in annoyance. "This is bad." Seeing Zhou Zheng's reaction, it was obvious that he also found out that there was a problem with the fruit trees. Before, he said that he was here to transfer Yang Kai away, but after seeing that there was a problem with the fruit trees, he immediately changed his mind. Obviously, he didn't want to take any responsibility and only wanted Yang Kai to take care of it. This was tantamount to pushing Yang Kai into a fire pit. Old Fong had just eaten a bite of meat with Yang Kai and was enjoying the beautiful future. If something happened to Yang Kai, then he couldn't count on anyone. So no matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Yang Kai. But now that Zhou Zheng had left, he was like a headless fly without any ideas. "Why aren't you worried at all?" Old Fong suddenly saw Yang Kai's indifferent expression and couldn't help but be surprised. What's the use of worrying? Old Fong was stunned and knew that he was right. The most important thing now was the fruit trees, and worrying wouldn't solve the problem. However, when he remembered that he had given Zhou Zheng such a big gift the day before yesterday, but today he couldn't help but be angry. He spat in the direction Zhou Zheng had left and cursed. That guy is simply an ungrateful wretch. More than 100 heaven opening pills were fed to the dogs. If he hadn't offended Zhou Zheng so badly a few days ago, how could he be willing to give so many heaven opening pills? He thought that he could exchange for a future, but in the blink of an eye he was forced into a dead end. Let's check first. Yang Kai didn't panic. "I've checked several times before, but I didn't find anything. But now that there is a problem with the fruit trees, maybe we can find some clues." Old Fong nodded and said, Yes, let's check together. No matter what, we have to find the problem first, and then find the right medicine." Chapter 3860. The two of them immediately busied themselves around the fruit tree. Old Fong didn't even hesitate to use a secret technique. As his strength fluctuated, a white light floated out from his fingertip. Under his control, the light moved inch by inch to every corner of the fruit tree. After working for 1 to 2 hours, they still didn't find any problems. Old Fong was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He kept muttering, "It can't be. Why can't I find anything? Brother, could it be that something went wrong when you were taking care of this tree?" Kai Yang stood to the side with his arms crossed, with Si Chin, Supreme General, on top of his head. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If there really was a problem with my daily care, it wouldn't be just this one fruit tree, but all 30 of my fruit trees." That's true. Old Fong also felt that his guess was nonsense. Although Yang Kai had only been here for a short time, he had already learned how to take care of fruit trees. Moreover, even if there was a problem with Yang Kai, could it be that there was also a problem with the previous 3 owners? Since there is no problem with the fruit trees, then the problem must be with this piece of land. Old Fong frowned. Thinking of this, he said, "Don't be discouraged. Keep looking, we have to find something." After another round of work, the two of them almost flipped over the piece of land. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about damaging the fruit trees, they really would have done this. But no matter what, they couldn't find the problem. Old Fong was under a mountain of pressure. He kept muttering to himself, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who was in trouble, but him. Someone came to find Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms, but Old Fong wasn't in the mood to receive them. Something big was about to happen to Yang Kai. Without Yang Kai, no matter how many blue flame silkworms he collected, he wouldn't be able to turn them into heaven-opening pills. "Old Fong, you go do what you need to do. Let me think by myself." Yang Kai also couldn't stand his chatter and took this chance to send him away. Old Fong nodded, but before he left, he comforted Yang Kai. "Don't worry, we'll find a way when we get there. I'll call Sister Dayu over. I don't believe we won't be able to find her." He led the person who came to his fruit garden. Once old Fong left, his ears became much quieter. Yang Kai stared at the fruit tree that had a problem. He carefully recalled everything he had done over the past 2 months to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. Turning his head and looking around to make sure there was no one around, Yang Kai stretched out his palm and placed it on the trunk of the fruit tree, quietly activating his wood attribute, Dao Seal. Ever since Dai Yu reminded him last time, he had been using his wood elemental energy to nourish the fruit trees. Of course, the 3 saplings were not included. He was mainly worried that they would grow too quickly and arouse suspicion. With the nourishment of his wood elemental energy, the rest of the fruit trees grew very well. Now that there was a problem with one of them, he wanted to see if his wood elemental energy could solve it. After all, it was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. Although it couldn't bring the dead back to life, it should have some effect, right? At least. B. That was what he planned to do. When Yang Kai poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree in front of him, the fruit tree really did take a turn for the better. The leaves and spirit fruit's color seemed to fade a little, but at the same time, Yang Kai also made another discovery. From underground, a scorching hot force surged out uncontrollably and rushed into the fruit tree in front of him. The scorching hot force spread out, and the fruit tree, which had just taken a turn for the better, was restored to its original state. Yang Kai raised his brow, looking surprised. He knew that the scorching hot force surging out from underground was fire attribute force. This entire fruit garden was located on a huge fire spirit land. While tending to the fruit tree, Yang Kai had also used the token in his hand to draw in the fire attribute force from underground to nourish the fire spirit fruit tree. But he had to control the intensity of the fire attribute force well. Normally, if he didn't use the token to activate the barrier, it was impossible for the fire attribute force to surge out on its own. But in fact, a scorching hot force had appeared just now, and it wasn't drawn by him. Yang Kai was shocked and vaguely felt that he seemed to have found the source, but he couldn't figure out why. He carefully tried a few more times and found that every time he poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree, a burst of fire attribute force would surge out from underground. Moreover, this burst of fire attribute force was much hotter and denser than the one he usually drew out. Although the fire spirit fruit tree needed this kind of force, it was always better to go too far. If he absorbed too much of this force, it would obviously be a burden to the fruit tree. He hadn't found it before because every time Yang Kai urged his wood attribute force, he didn't touch the fruit tree. This time, in order to investigate the cause, he directly touched the fruit tree and felt it particularly clearly. What did you find? After old Fong finished his business, he came over to investigate again. Seeing Yang Kai frowning and pondering, he quickly asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, I can't say. Right? Have you condensed wood attribute force? Old Fong nodded. As long as the conditions are right, the odd job workers in the fire spirit lands will prioritize condensing wood attribute force. Because with nurtured fire, it was extremely beneficial for taking care of the fruit tree. Try urging your wood attribute force to nourish this fruit tree. Yang Kai pointed to the front. Old Fong didn't ask any more questions and immediately started to do it. But after a while he frowned and said, What's wrong? Is there anything special? You didn't feel anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. What did you feel? Old Fong stared at him. Seeing that he really didn't feel anything, Yang Kai asked him to try again. This time he placed his hand on the fruit tree and found that after old Fong urged his wood attribute force, nothing unusual happened. This was strange. Yang Kai asked him to stop and urged his own wood attribute force. Old Fong's eyebrows twitched. This power. This time he finally felt it. Suddenly his expression changed, and his expression became extremely strange. He said in a trembling voice, Brother, try a few more times. Yang Kai didn't know why he was so excited, but it was obvious that he had discovered something and tried a few more times. After a long time, Old Fong waved his hand, indicating that Yang Kai could stop. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Yang Kai was startled. "What are you doing?" Old Fong looked at him with burning eyes. "Why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it a long time ago. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a blessing, not a curse." Those two originally cloudy eyes were now shining with an astonishing light. Yang Kai frowned. "What is a blessing, not a curse? Explain it clearly." Old Fong said with an envious expression, "Brother, your luck really is heaven-defying." Yang Kai snorted. "The one with heaven-defying luck is Fong Tai. In the 2 months he's been here, he's made 2 contributions. What's the big deal about his luck? Although this old master doesn't know what kind of contribution he made. Compared to you, it's definitely a small wizard meeting a great wizard." Old Fong rubbed his hands excitedly. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai was confused. Old Fong said, "The entire orchard is built on top of a huge fire spirit land. You should know that, right? The fire element energy contained in this fire spirit land is precisely the nutrients that the fruit trees need. If we use the 9 grades of heaven opening to divide, then the fire element energy here can be divided into 1 grade. In other words, we can use the energy here to condense our own fire element energy, and we don't need to spend money to buy it. However, the grade of this energy is too low, so few people would do so. Steward Chow accidentally absorbed the fire attribute energy here and was forced to condense the 1st grade heaven splitting. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the fire elemental energy of the 1st grade, it is possible to produce materials of a higher grade." Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoshi had also told him about this before. It was said that the Golden Spirit Blessed Land, one of the 72 blessed lands, had a kind of sharp metal yuan demon. This sharp metal yuan demon was a 5th grade material, and as long as one paid the right price, anyone could enter it to condense metal attribute energy. Inside the sharp metal yuan demon, it was possible to give birth to 7th grade demon essence. By the same token, 1st grade fire attribute energy could naturally give birth to higher grade materials. However, Zhou Zhang had been forced to reach the 1st stage heaven splitter because he had accidentally absorbed the fire elemental energy here. I remember that 300 years ago, in this orchard, a ball of scarlet sky true flame appeared in the territory managed by Guy. At that time, many people from the Qiqiao lands came and spent a lot of effort to take away the scarlet sky true flame. And that scarlet sky true flame is a 3rd grade material. Yang Kai was stunned. "You mean I also have scarlet sky true flame here?" "That's right," Old Fong said excitedly. When the disciples of the 7 openings land collected scarlet sky true flame, many odd job workers ran over to watch the fun. This old man also went over, although there was a barrier at the time and I couldn't see clearly. After the barrier was lifted, I felt slightly different kind of fire attribute energy. It was exactly the same as what I felt just now. "Really?" Yang Kai squinted at him. "Don't lie to me. Is there such a good thing?" "Why would I lie to you?" Old Fong smiled. "Little brother, you're so lucky. Just randomly assigned a piece of land, and you actually have scarlet sky true flame. Now you don't have to be afraid. Good luck, good luck. It's really enviable. Even if there really is scarlet sky true flame, it belongs to the 7 openings land. It has nothing to do with me." Old Fong said, "How can it have nothing to do with you? If you didn't find scarlet sky true flame, they wouldn't have found it. Moreover, a 3rd grade material is worth more than 15,000 heavens splitting pills. Even in the 7 openings land, it's a treasure sought after by the disciples of the 7 openings land. When we get back to the 7 openings land, we'll definitely reward little brother. However, with your current wealth, I'm afraid you won't be interested in that." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Since it's a 3rd grade material, what do you think if I give it to?" Chapter 3861. Grade 3 materials were extremely valuable, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Absolutely not. Old Fong turned pale with fright. He realized that Yang Kai was truly ignorant and fearless, daring to say anything and having any ideas. He looked around to make sure there was no one around before lowering his voice and saying, "Don't even think about it. Brother, you have a great way to make money now, so don't ruin your future for such a small profit. After all, this is something from the Chiqiao land. It's fine if it doesn't get exposed, but if it does—" He reached out and touched his neck. What he said made sense, now that they were in the Chiqiao land. Even if they really did get the Scarlet Heaven True Flame, there was no place to sell it. Yang Kai also didn't care about grade 3 materials, so there was no way he could absorb it himself. After weighing the benefits and risks, Yang Kai also dispelled the idea and nodded. "Then I'll report this matter." "Go, quickly. What are you waiting for? I believe that once Steward Chow knows about this, he will immediately come to investigate," Old Fong urged. After investigating the root cause, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Yang Kai readily accepted the advice and immediately went to the center of the orchard to find Zhou Zheng. If possible, he didn't want to let Zhou Zheng off so easily. This guy had just received more than 100 heaven opening pills from him and Old Fong, and now he was leaving them in the lurch. What a snobbish guy. Unfortunately, as an odd job worker, he couldn't leave the orchard without permission, let alone report it to someone else. He could only go find Zhou Zheng. After Yang Kai left, Old Fong suddenly thought of a problem. Why didn't the previous owners notice anything when they came here? But Yang Kai discovered it so quickly. Also, why didn't the Scarlet Heaven True Flame react when he used his wood elemental energy? But it reacted when Yang Kai used his wood elemental energy. He couldn't figure it out. Not long after, 2 figures arrived and landed in front of Yang Kai. It was Zhou Zheng and Yang Kai. Old Fong stepped forward and bowed. Zhou Zheng asked suspiciously. Yang Kai reported that there were traces of the Qi Shao True Flame's aura here. "Is that true?" It's true. This old man can't be wrong. That's definitely the aura of Qi Shao Jinyan. If Master doesn't believe me, you can let Yang Kai test it." Zhou Zheng turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai walked up to the fruit tree without saying a word and reached out to cover it, activating the power of the wood element. In the next moment, Zhou Zheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. It really is the Red Cloud True Flame. He hadn't even approached the fruit tree, but he had already sensed it. It seemed that the Heaven Opening Realm really was the Heaven Opening Realm. Even if he was only at the first rank, he still had his own unique advantages. After muttering to himself for a moment, he revealed a look of understanding. "So that's how it is." He raised his head and ordered, "You two stay here. I'll be right back." After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Old Fong watched him leave, then turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Brother, congratulations!" Yang Kai was disinterested. "What's there to congratulate? We don't have a share in this Qi Shao Jinyan." "You can't say that. Although we don't have a share in this 3rd rank material. Since Steward Chow confirmed it, it can be considered as solving a big problem. Naturally, we should be happy." He lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, the 3rd rank material is at most 15,000 heaven opening pills. With Brother's current ability, are you afraid you won't be able to earn enough?" Yang Kai knew that what he said was reasonable, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His situation could be considered good. After coming out of the star boundary, he had adjusted his mentality quite well. There were some people who jumped out of their own universe worlds and couldn't adjust their mentality for a while. They still used their previous attitude of supremacy to face the people here. Who knows how many times they would have died already. In less than half an hour, Zhou Zheng led a large group of disciples from the 7 Openings land. From this, it could be seen that this Qi Shao Zhanyan was very important to the 7 Openings land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so efficient. Yang Kai also recognized the leader. It was the Fire Spirit Land's managing disciple, Du Rafeng. Zhou Zheng, who was usually arrogant in front of the servants, was now nodding and bowing in front of him. Du Rafeng led the way in front, looking straight ahead. Behind him, many of the 7 Openings Land's disciples also ignored Zhou Zheng. When they landed in the orchard, Zhou Zheng waved at Yang Kai and Old Fong. "You can leave. There's nothing for you to do here." When the two heard this, how could they stay? Although Yang Kai was curious about how they were going to collect the Qi Shao Jinyan, he couldn't do anything about it. He followed Old Fong back to his orchard and sat on the stone bench in front of the thatched cottage. Old Fong took out wine and filled their cups. As they drank and chatted, Yang Kai looked up at his orchard from time to time. Old Fong smiled and said, "Brother, don't look. They'll set up a barrier later. You won't be able to see anything. We don't need to worry about things over there. Come, drink with me." Yang Kai was absent-minded. However, he soon found that it was just as Old Fong said. His orchard was quickly covered with layers of barriers. Sure enough, he couldn't see anything. Now he didn't need to observe anything and simply drank with Old Fong. After drinking a few cups, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head. He saw a figure hurriedly flying over. It was Zhou Zheng. However, at this moment, Zhou Zheng was sweating profusely and his complexion wasn't good. It was unknown what had happened, but he called out from afar, "Yang Kai, come here!" Yang Kai and Old Fong looked at each other, and both of them were puzzled. They got up and greeted him, cupping their fists and saying, "Steward Chow, what can I do for you?" Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and said, "How did you trigger the Qi Shao Zhanyan?" This question was inexplicable. Yang Kai said, "Just trigger the power of the wood element." "Bullshit." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and cursed. If it was so simple, why would this king need to come to you? Yang Kai was surprised. "Master Steward, you can't trigger the Qi Shao Jinyan." He suddenly remembered that when Old Fong triggered the power of the wood element, there was no reaction. However, when he tried, the Qi Shao Zhanyan immediately reacted. Zhou Zheng said, "Not only this king, but also Brother Du and the others can't do anything. Could it be that the method is wrong? What kind of method is needed to trigger the power of the wood element?" Zhou Zheng said with a sullen face, "Come with me and perform well. If you can help Brother Du and the others get the Qi Shao Jinyan, you will be rewarded." He walked a few steps forward and stopped. He turned around and said, "If Brother Du and the others ask, just say that this king was the one who found the Qi Shao Jinyan. Do you understand?" Is he trying to steal the credit from me? Yang Kai was speechless. However, when he thought about what Old Fong said, Zhou Zheng would definitely fight for it. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't trigger the Qi Shao Jinyan, Yang Kai wouldn't have anything to do with it. He sneered. He sneered in his heart. Zhou Zheng was truly insatiable. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Zhou Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If the Venerable One gives you a reward, you will also get it. When the time comes, this king will also arrange an orchard for you so that you won't be wasting your talents. Then I'll thank Steward Chow in advance." Yang Kai casually replied. After returning to his orchard with Zhou Zheng and entering the restriction, Yang Kai saw that the Qiqiao Land's disciples had set up some kind of formation. They surrounded the place where the fruit tree was and formed seals with their hands. Du Rafeng had his hands behind his back and was riding the wind. He looked very elegant. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and said, "Brother Du, I've brought him." Du Rafeng looked at Yang Kai and said, "You're new here." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Master Du. I've only been in the Fire Spirit Land for less than 3 months." Du Rafeng nodded slightly. "Zhou Zheng said that you can trigger the Scarlet Heaven True Flame?" "That's right. You do it." Du Rafeng pointed at the fruit tree without saying anything else. Yang Kai did not waste time. He stepped forward to the fruit tree and placed his palm on the trunk. He channeled his wood elemental energy into it. In the next moment, a scorching heat gushed out from the ground. Du Rafeng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Zheng also looked happy. He looked at Du Rafeng and said, "Brother Du!" Du Rufeng nodded and said, "Continue." Hearing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to continue channeling his wood elemental energy into the fruit tree. At the same time, Du Rufeng signaled around with his eyes. The disciples of the 7 realms who were arranging the array immediately changed their hand seals. A faint light flickered under their feet. At the same time, a gentle stream of water elemental energy was channeled into the ground. Yang Kai suddenly understood that water elemental energy was the bane of fire. Were they trying to use water elemental energy to force the scarlet heaven true flame out? This was also a good idea. It seemed like the disciples that Du Rufeng had brought with him were all carefully selected. They had come especially for the scarlet heaven true flame. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so well prepared. The whole process could be said to be boring. There was no earth-shattering movement. There were only different kinds of energy fluctuations in this small orchard. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the scarlet heaven true flame was being forced out little by little. The condition of the fruit tree in front of him was getting worse and worse. The leaves and fruits were gradually emitting a burnt smell. Du Rufeng did not speak, so Yang Kai did not dare to stop. He continued to channel his wood elemental energy. Half a day later, the fruit tree in front of Yang Kai suddenly burst into flames, turning into a huge ball of flames. The scorching energy rushed towards him, forcing Yang Kai to retreat. "Do it, Du Rufeng," who had been observing, shouted. The grand formation slowly closed up, and waves of water elemental energy converged from the surroundings, transforming into a cage that enveloped the blazing flames within it. The timing was grasped perfectly. Zhou Zheng's face lit up with excitement. "It's done." As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud bang, and the cage formed by the water elemental force collapsed. The raging flames broke free from it and tried to escape underground. With the secret technique broken, the group of Qiqiaodi disciples who were casting the secret technique also cried out in surprise. All of them looked dispirited and fell to the ground. Zhou Zheng's smile stiffened on his face in an instant. Chapter 3862. The sudden change caught Du Rufeng by surprise. 300 years ago, the Fire Spirit Land had a precedent of collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame. At that time, he was also the one leading the team, so he was very familiar with this matter. However, he never expected such a thing to happen. Just as the scorching energy was about to escape into the ground, a voice suddenly shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as the voice fell, a layer of light swept across the surrounding 1,000 feet, and the ground instantly became extremely hard. Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Yang Kai holding the token. He activated the token's power and connected it to the orchard's array, blocking Scarlet Sky True Flame's escape route. Scarlet Firmament True Flame plunged into the ground, unable to escape. It was completely blocked outside. "Well done," Du Rufeng shouted. Then he raised his hand, and a big blue net fell from the sky towards Qi Shao True Flame. It was unknown what kind of artifact this big net was, but it was exuding a bone-chilling cold. In the blink of an eye, Scarlet Sky True Flame was shrouded in the big net. Scarlet Sky True Flame tried to break free, but it couldn't get rid of the shackles. Du Rufeng made a series of hand seals and waved his hand. The big net tightened and caught Scarlet Sky True Flame in his hand. After carefully observing for a while, Du Rufeng's face showed a touch of surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Zheng didn't react until this time. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Brother Du, congratulations on successfully collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame." Du Rufeng stopped laughing and looked at him coldly. "You still have the face to talk? If this king didn't happen to have a heaven-capturing net, I'm afraid this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame would have disappeared." Zhou Zheng was stunned. "Scarlet Sky Golden Flame?" Du Rufeng put away the net and the thing in it and said coldly, "Do you think this is a third-grade Scarlet Sky True Flame? isn't it? Zhou Zhang was puzzled. This is a 4th grade scarlet sky, golden flame. Du Rufeng gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a waste!" Zhou Zhang exclaimed, "4th grade." Yang Kai was also amazed. It was obviously a 3rd grade material. How did it become 4th grade? However, when they thought about the changes that had just occurred and Du Rufeng's previous performance, they somewhat believed his words. Moreover, Du Rufeng had no reason to lie to them about this kind of thing. It was no wonder that the disciples of Kikikyo almost failed even though they were so well prepared. It turned out that there was a grade 4 material hidden under the ground. They had used the method to deal with a grade 3 material, so it was only natural that something went wrong. But it was a 4th grade material. Rank 1 was 150 heaven opening pills. Rank 2 was 1,500. Rank 3 was 15,000. So wouldn't rank 4 be 150,000? The value had increased by more than 10 times. When the dispirited disciples of the Qiqiao land heard this, they became excited. Today, they had come with Du Rufeng to collect the heaven-splitting materials. Now that they had succeeded, the Venerable One would naturally reward them. The reward of a grade 4 material was much more than a grade 3 material. Moreover, in the entire Qiqiao lands, heaven-opening realm cultivators above the 4th grade could be counted on one hand. In other words, a 4th grade material was extremely precious to the Qiqiao lands. It was not something that could be measured by heaven-opening pills. Now that they had made such a great contribution, how could they not have a meteoric rise in the future? The group of disciples stepped forward, all of them smiling as they gathered around Du Rufeng, begging to broaden their horizons. Even these disciples of Qiqiao lands had never seen a 4th grade material before. How could Du Rufeng agree? The heaven-closing net's scarlet sky, golden flame was extremely important, and it was only by luck that they had been able to collect it. If something else happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. With a stern expression, he reprimanded the group, dispelling their thoughts. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, Du Rufeng's expression became much more amiable. "What's your name?" In truth, Yang Kai had already introduced himself, so Du Rufeng probably didn't take it to heart. Yang Kai once again introduced himself. Du Rufeng nodded. "You've done well this time. I'll report today's matter to the Venerable, and you'll definitely be rewarded." Just now, if Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly and used the orchard's command medallion to connect to the spirit array, Du Rufeng wouldn't have had the chance to use his heaven-closing net. Looking at Zhou Zhang, who was in charge of the entire orchard, his performance was mediocre and the information he had received was wrong, almost causing the fire spirit land to lose a great opportunity. "Thank you, Master," Yang Kai replied, but in his heart he was wondering how much of a reward he would receive. For something worth 150,000, the reward should at least be a few thousand heaven-opening pills, right? This was quite a bit of income for him, so he was looking forward to it. Moreover, he was still thinking about how to earn merits as an odd-job worker in the orchard, but who knew that he would be rewarded in the blink of an eye? Du Rufeng waved at the others. "You guys go first. I still have some things to ask." The group of Qiqiao disciples didn't stay any longer and flew up into the sky. Du Rufeng then turned to look at Zhou Zhang, his eyes cold. Zhou Zhang quivered and hurriedly said, "Junior brother, I'll take my leave first." After everyone left, Du Rufeng waved his hand and set up a restriction around them, then stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Yang Kai frowned slightly. What Du Rufeng wanted to ask him, Yang Kai had an idea in his heart. After today's events, it was difficult not to raise suspicions, but whether the other party would be able to discover anything, Yang Kai wasn't sure. Thinking about this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked, "What does Senior want to ask?" Du Rufeng stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There is something wrong with this piece of land. I'm sure you already know. For the past 10 years, this king has brought people here many times to investigate, but they couldn't find any clues. This time, thanks to you, we found out that it was all because of the scarlet sky, golden flames. It's just luck. Master is overpraising me. I've never believed in luck. Since you were able to discover it, you must have your own ability, Durufung said. This king has tried to stimulate the wood element before, but I couldn't stimulate the scarlet sky, golden flames, nor could anyone else. Why are you the only one who can? What grade of wood element energy do you condense? So it was like that. Yang Kai had suspected that Durufung would ask him this question. After all, others couldn't stimulate the scarlet sky, golden flames, but he could. This undoubtedly meant that his wood element energy was special, and the most obvious difference was its grade. What grade of wood element energy did Master condense? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Durufung proudly said, 4th grade. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Fire Spirit Land and the one the Venerable Earth Protector had placed high hopes on, so he naturally wouldn't be careless on the path to splitting the heavens. The reason he hadn't broken through yet was because he needed to gather enough 4th grade materials to reach splitting the heavens in one go. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know what grade of wood element energy I condensed. I haven't been in the universe world for long, so I don't know much about it. Before I met the Venerable, I happened to find something in the vast universe and inadvertently absorbed it, allowing me to condense wood element energy. Durufung nodded and said, Release your Tao seal for me to see. This request was a bit rude. The Tao seal was the crystallization of Yang Kai's cultivation and his own Tao. It hid many of his secrets, so who would make such a request? Moreover, releasing the Tao seal was equivalent to a monster beast spitting out its monster core. It was an extremely dangerous matter. If he hadn't been forced into a corner in the star boundary, Yang Kai wouldn't have released his Tao seal to deal with the great demon god. However, in the other party's territory, refusing was not an easy matter. Looking at Durufung's expression, if he didn't release his Tao seal, he definitely wouldn't give up. At that time, it would only be more troublesome. As such, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai urged his Tao seal. An ever-changing Tao seal appeared on his forehead, containing Yang Kai's comprehension of the void Tao. Inside the Tao seal wood element force flowed. Yang Kai secretly raised his guard and paid close attention to Durufung, waiting for him to discover something wrong. Staring at Yang Kai's Tao seal, Durufung didn't even hesitate to use his divine sense to investigate it. Soon his expression changed. Would element force above the 4th grade? Yang Kai's tense nerves relaxed greatly. It seemed that Durufung could only judge that his wood element force was of a higher grade than his own, but was unable to determine its true rank. After all, Durufung's knowledge was limited, so he pretended to be surprised and asked, Master, are you serious? It can't be wrong. Durufung clicked his tongue in wonder. Your luck is really good, actually allowing you to obtain such an opportunity. It seems that luck isn't completely undesirable. Yang Kai grinned. I also don't know what rank my wood element force is, but since Master says it's above the 4th grade, then it can't be wrong. Durufung asked, What exactly did you find in the void? Yang Kai blurted out, A small tree sparkling like white jade with a few sprouts and a few white jade-like leaves. The tree is about this tall and it smells strange. He casually gestured, then looked at Durufung and asked, Master, do you recognize what it is? Durufung slowly shook his head, never heard of it. There was no way to investigate further, so he asked Yang Kai to put away his Tao seal so that his eyes wouldn't turn red. He casually asked, You were the one who discovered the scarlet sky, golden flame, right? Yang Kai answered, Yes. Although Zhou Zheng had warned him beforehand, since this ingrate didn't save him, Yang Kai was too lazy to share the credit with him. In any case, there was only him and Durufung here, and Zhou Zheng wouldn't know what he said. Durufung sneered. Even that trash Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to discover the scarlet sky, golden flame here. Durufung quickly left. Originally, he wanted to immediately report to the Venerable after taking the scarlet sky, golden flame. After all, a fourth-grade material was really hard to come by, but he stayed for a while to investigate Yang Kai's wood element force. Now that things were clear, there was no need to stay. As soon as Du Rafeng left, Zhou Zheng hurried over. "What did brother Du ask you?" "I didn't ask anything. I just casually praised him." "Really?" Zhou Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "Master, if you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Du?" Zhou Zheng coldly snorted, "That better be the case." He paused for a moment, then said, "You've made a great contribution today. When we return, the Venerable One and Brother Du will definitely reward you. Just wait for the good news." After saying that, he flew into the air, seemingly in a bad mood. Chapter 3863. In the central palace of the Fire Spirit Land, Du Rafeng hurried over and stopped in front of the hall, bowing respectfully, "Venerable!" The thick door of the hall slowly opened, revealing a gap for a person to enter and exit. Du Rafeng stepped in and soon saw the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Duan Hai, sitting cross-legged in meditation, refining the heaven-opening pill. After waiting for half an hour, Duan Hai let out a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and asked, "How are things going?" Du Rafeng showed a happy expression and cupped his fists, reporting to Venerable there was a big harvest. Third grade Scarlet Sky True Flame isn't a big harvest. What else did you find? Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Du Rafeng quickly said, "The information was wrong. It wasn't third grade Scarlet Sky True Flame, but fourth grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame." "Fourth grade. Please take a look, Venerable," Du Rafeng said as he stepped forward and handed over the heaven-capturing net. Duan Hai took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "It really is fourth grade Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame. You did well this time. A fourth grade material is very precious to my 7 Openings land. Keep it for yourself." He reached out and tossed the heaven-capturing net back. Du Rafeng was overjoyed. Many thanks for Venerable's kindness. This Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame was something he urgently needed, so he was naturally happy. Duan Hai said, "Give Zhou Zheng some benefits as well. After all, he was the one who found it, and it can be considered as solving a big problem for the orchard. It's a good time to report this to Venerable." Du Rafeng carefully put away the heaven-capturing net. What happened today has nothing to do with Zhou Zheng. It was a servant who found this Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame. Zhou Zheng lied about finding it himself, but his intention was just to take advantage of the situation. Duan Hai sneered, "It's not a big deal. Since he is the manager of the orchard and found a fourth grade material, he should be rewarded." "Yes," Duan Hai said, curiously, "but a servant actually found traces of this Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame. He has some skill." Du Rafeng smiled. "He does have some skill, and his luck is quite good. Does Venerable remember the group of newcomers you brought back a few months ago?" Duan Hai was surprised. Could it be one of those newcomers? It was discovered by one of them, Yang Kai. Furthermore, it was him who helped us obtain the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame. Hearing this, Duan Hai's interest was piqued. How did he make such a big contribution? Du Rafeng gave a brief account of his trip to the orchard to collect the Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame. Then he said, "Disciple was a little suspicious at the time. I didn't know what was so special about this Yang Kai's with elemental energy. Since only he could attract the Scarlet Sky, Golden Flame, I had him release his Tao seal to observe. As a result, Disciple discovered that the wood elemental energy he condensed was above the 4th grade. Above 4th grade. Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Are you sure? Disciple confirms it, without a doubt. His wood elemental energy was even purer and denser than Disciple's. If it wasn't at the 4th rank or above, it would be absolutely impossible for Disciple to have such feelings. This is interesting. A junior who has just entered the 3,000 worlds actually had such an opportunity, Du Rafeng said. Du Rafeng said, I asked him about it. He said that before he met the Venerable One, he accidentally found a tall, white, jade-like tree in the vast universe. It had a few branches, a few leaves, and a strange smell. He accidentally absorbed it and condensed the power of the wood element. A white, jade-like tree and a strange smell? Duan Hai frowned as he stroked his beard and pondered. Du Rafeng observed from the side but didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Duan Hai's hand movements suddenly stopped as a look of shock appeared on his face. Venerable, what is that tree? What is its grade? Du Rafeng asked. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, if this old master is not mistaken, what he found should be Bodhi white jade, and it has already grown into the shape of a small tree. It should be at least a 5th grade material, most likely a 6th grade material. 5th grade, 6th grade, Du Rafeng exclaimed, his eyes turning red with jealousy. In the entire 7 openings land, the most powerful heavenly monarch was only a 5th grade heavenly monarch. The other venerables were all 4th grade heavenly sovereigns, and they had all taken heaven opening pills to achieve this. In other words, when they first achieved heaven opening, the heavenly monarch was only a 4th grade heavenly sovereign, while the other venerables were all 3rd grade heavenly sovereigns. That little servant Yang Kai had actually found a 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening genius. All of a sudden, was he trying to defy the heavens? If he could find a few more 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly sovereigns, wouldn't he be able to directly reach the 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening realm? At that time, who in the entire 7 openings land would be his opponent? Good luck, good luck. Duan Hai nodded repeatedly. Du Rafeng's expression fluctuated for a while before suppressing the jealousy in his heart and cupping his fists again. There's one more thing I must report to Venerable. It is also related to this little servant Yang Kai. Speak. I don't know how this guy offended Great General Sichin, but the great general has been using his head as a nest. When this disciple went over, the great general had been lying on top of his head. Duan Hai was surprised. Sichin was lying on top of his head. Yes, Duan Hai couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Sichin quite likes this guy. Du Rafeng was stunned, likes. Where did this come from? Duan Hai said, if Sichin didn't like this guy, he wouldn't be so close to him. Du Rafeng was speechless. This kind of liking, he would rather not have it. It was too embarrassing. Then Yang Kai. Du Rafeng hesitated. If he didn't know that Yang Kai had such a high level of wood elemental energy, it would have been fine, but now that he knew, he couldn't treat him lightly. However, Du Rafeng didn't know how to deal with him, so he could only wait for the Venerable's instructions. Duan Hai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, how long has Brother Yu Lian been in seclusion? Du Rafeng bowed. Brother Yu Lian was in seclusion 10 years ago to condense earth elemental energy, so it shouldn't be long before he comes out. At this point, he suddenly realized, this disciple knows what to do. Go. Duan Hai waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Du Rafeng respectfully retreated. After he walked out of the main hall, the heavy doors of the main hall slowly closed. In the orchard, Old Fong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 4th grade heaven opening talent? Are you for real, little brat? Are you lying to me? In his excitement, he stopped calling him little brat and directly called him little brat. Yang Kai picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Why would I lie to you? That Du Rafeng personally said that it was a 4th grade scarlet sky, golden flame. At that time, if he didn't have a suitable artifact, he would have failed. Good heavens! Old Fong exclaimed. A 4th grade artifact. Doesn't that mean it's worth 150,000? Yang Kai squinted at him. Why are you so excited? It's none of your business. Old Fong said, it's none of my business, but it's yours. You were the one who discovered it. So how much of a reward will you get? Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged. In fact, what he cared about now was not the reward, but his wood elemental energy. Before, he had been forced to release his Dao seal for Du Rafeng to observe, and although the other party hadn't been able to discover anything, he still had the Earth Protector behind him. With Duan Hai's knowledge and experience, he didn't know if the lies he had casually made up would be able to fool him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, "Old Fong, I have something to ask you." "Go ahead, little brother." "Have you ever heard of a secret technique that allows one to forcibly seize the yin, yang, and 5 elements from others?" "What kind of secret technique is that?" Old Fong's eyes widened. Yang Kai was speechless. "I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I bother asking you? I've never heard of such a thing." Old Fong shook his head like a rattledrum. "But even if there is such a secret technique, it's not surprising. This old man left his universe world and came to this fire spirit land to work as a handyman. He hasn't been out since, so I don't know much about the outside world." Why do you ask?" "Just asking," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Old Fong looked at him for a while before chuckling. "Little brother, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a way out. We were just worried about your plot of land and fruit trees before. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, little brother would make such a great contribution? That Fong Tai thinks he can act arrogantly just because he has made 2 contributions. If he were to learn of little brother's situation, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? What's there to be ashamed of?" Yang Kai laughed. The rewards of the fire spirit land came quickly, and perhaps because the 4th grade scarlet sky golden flames were too important, Zhou Zheng came again 3 days after that day. Yang Kai and Old Fong were playing chess when they saw him arrive, so they quickly got up and bowed. Zhou Zheng placed one hand behind his back and tossed a space ring to Yang Kai with the other, saying lightly, "Yang Kai, you did a good job in collecting the scarlet sky golden flames. When the Venerable learned of this, he praised you greatly. These are all rewards from the Venerable." Yang Kai caught the space ring and swept it with his divine sense. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and put away the space ring before cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you, Venerable." Zhou Zheng nodded calmly but didn't say anything, simply looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a wonderful scenery in the sky, but he didn't show any intention of leaving immediately. Old Fong kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes, but when he saw that Yang Kai wasn't paying attention to him, he poked him with his hand. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fong pointing angrily in Zhou Zheng's direction, and his eyes kept drifting in that direction. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Old Fong, what's wrong with your mouth?" Old Fong almost vomited blood. He felt that his hint was obvious enough, and Yang Kai was an idiot, so how could he not understand? He couldn't secretly send a message in front of Zhou Zheng, so he was anxious. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng's expression was getting worse and colder. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem to understand, Old Fong had no choice but to take out a space ring and walk to Zhou Zheng's side. He smiled apologetically and handed the space ring over. "I'm really sorry to trouble Steward Chow to come here personally. Thank you for your hard work, Master Steward." Chapter 38-64. Zhou Zheng took the space ring with a cold expression and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were only 20 heaven opening pills inside. Coldly snorting, he threw the space ring on the ground and flicked his sleeve. "Not at all, I'm leaving." If it were any other time, Zhou Zheng would have gladly accepted these 20 pills, but today was different. Compared to the rewards Yang Kai had received, what were these 20 heaven opening pills? It was nothing more than a small profit. "Steward Chow, Steward Chow." Old Fong hurriedly picked up the space ring and chased after him. After a long time, Old Fong returned with a sigh, and from the look on his face, it was obvious that things had not gone well. When he returned, he found Yang Kai holding the space ring and inspecting the heaven-opening pills inside, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Old Fong couldn't help pointing at him angrily and scolding. "Look at you! Why did you offend him for no reason? You should have just shared some benefits with him." Yang Kai sneered. "If the gifts we gave before were useful, I wouldn't have cared, but you and I clearly gave him generous gifts before. yet he just stood by and watched us die. Why should we let him off so easily now? Old Fong stomped his foot and said, "He is the manager of the orchard after all. It's better to spend money to avoid disasters than to offend him. If he were to make things difficult for you in the future, would you be able to bear it?" "I'll deal with whatever comes my way." Yang Kai sneered. "Although he's the manager, he can't do whatever he wants. Although I'm just a servant, I'm not necessarily afraid of him." "Huh." Old Fong sighed. Now that things have gotten to this point, it's useless to say anything else. After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, he saw Yang Kai still smiling mischievously, so he couldn't help asking, "How much did the Venerable reward you this time? Why are you smiling like this? Take a look for yourself." Yang Kai tossed the space ring in his hand over. Old Fong caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, "So many!" Although there was no detailed count, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 heaven opening pills inside the space ring. This was already an extremely terrifying number for an odd job worker. Although he had already expected that the Venerable One would reward him handsomely, he did not expect it to be so many. He thought that he would at most get a few hundred to 1,000 pieces. Yang Kai said, 5,000. I just don't know if that Zhou Zheng embezzled any of it. Old Fong shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. This was directly bestowed by the Venerable One. He's just a small orchard manager, and he doesn't have the guts to do anything. Otherwise, if the Venerable One finds out, he won't let him off easily. No wonder he didn't care for the 20 heaven opening pills I gave him." So that's why Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now you know why I pretended to be stupid. If I were to share the benefits with him, how much would be appropriate? With his appetite, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied without at least 1,000 heaven opening pills. Since he was so heartless before, why should I give him 1,000 heaven opening pills?" Old Fong nodded and said, "That's true. If we give him too little, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge. If we give him too much, we'll be at a disadvantage. We might as well ignore him." Indeed, Yang Kai took back his space ring and grinned. Old Fong was extremely envious. With 5,000 heaven opening pills in his hands, which servant in the entire Qiqiao land could compare? He had seen the most meritorious service Yang Kai had ever received was no more than 60 heaven opening pills. These 5,000 heaven opening pills were enough for a servant to save for hundreds or even thousands of years without eating or drinking. Adding on Yang Kai's previous income, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was now the richest servant in the entire Qiqiao land. And how long had he been in the Qiqiao land? Less than 3 months. Old Fong, don't you think this reward is a bit too much? Yang Kai suddenly frowned. Although the 4th grade heaven opening material was worth 150,000 heaven opening pills, and Yang Kai had contributed greatly to it, such a large reward was still a bit surprising. More isn't enough? Old Fong was stunned. This is the first time I've heard someone complain about being rewarded too much. If you think it's too much, why don't you share half with me? I don't mind. Yang Kai pretended not to hear. Old Fong sighed again. But with this, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. As a servant, he naturally wanted to take care of as many fruit trees as possible. That way, he would have more income and more opportunities to perform meritorious service. None of the servants in the servant room would complain about the size of the orchard they were in charge of. They all wished for it to be as big as possible. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai gave a light laugh. I don't rely on this. Old Fong thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. Yang Kai now had his own way of making money and was different from other servants. The size of the orchard he took care of didn't make much of a difference to him. It could even be said that taking care of a smaller orchard would be more leisurely. After working here for several hundred years, this was the first time he had seen someone so carefree as a servant. He couldn't help but admire him. The next few days were peaceful. From time to time, people would come to Old Fong to sell blue flame silkworms. Old Fong would take them all and give them to Yang Kai to feed great General Sichin. Great General Si Chin would continuously spit out heaven-opening pills. Old Fong smiled all day long. He hadn't lived as comfortably as these 2 months in the past several hundred years. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai, who was lying under a fruit tree and sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, Old Fong, who was checking his income for the past few days, also turned his head to look. In the next instant, his expression changed slightly. "Brother, get up!" Yang Kai lazily turned over and turned his back to him. Old Fong was speechless and got up to greet him. After a short while, a figure landed in front of him. It was Zhou Zheng. Old Fong quickly bowed. Zhou Zheng nodded and glanced around. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes at all, his expression suddenly becoming cold as he snorted heavily. A few days ago, he had wanted to take some benefits from Yang Kai, but had failed. So after returning, he was filled with anger. He had also checked the heaven-opening pills in Yang Kai's space ring and found that there were 5,000 of them. At that time, as long as he could get 20%, he would have earned 1,000, but Yang Kai had no intention of giving him anything. If it weren't for Du Roofing's prior warning, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. These past few days, he had wanted Yang Kai to think things through and make up for his mistakes. But who would have thought that even now, Yang Kai hadn't come looking for him? When he came over to take a look, he found that this guy was actually sleeping and sunbathing, causing him to almost explode with anger. As a servant, instead of taking care of the fruit trees, you're actually slacking off here. "Yang Kai, what do you want?" Zhou Zheng shouted. Yang Kai turned over and squinted at him before getting up and clapping his hands. "So it's Steward Chow." "Steward Chow, what's the matter?" "You." Zhou Zheng was furious. "Let me ask you, have you taken good care of the fruit trees in your orchard?" "I've taken good care of them." "Steward Chow, if you don't feel assured, you can check them. If there's anything wrong, I'll immediately correct it." "You're so confident." Zhou Zheng sneered. If he really wanted to nitpick, no matter how well Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees, it would be useless. Lao Fong sensed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was digging his own grave, so he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. "Steward Chow, please calm down. This guy's dozens of fruit trees are really well taken care of. I've also personally checked them." "Steward Chow, you've come from afar. Sit down and have some wine." As he spoke, he went to pull Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. "Get lost. Who do you think you are?" Lao Fong's hand froze in the air, and he looked embarrassed. He knew that Zhou Zheng was really angry this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. In the past, although he was greedy for money, his attitude towards the handymen was still good. Of course, the premise was that there was enough filial piety. But today he spoke so harshly. Zhou Zheng turned to look at Yang Kai again and suppressed the anger in his heart. Today he came here because he had something to do. Although he was unhappy with Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't delay it any longer. This should have been done a few days ago, but he was angry at Yang Kai's insensitivity and didn't mention it. After delaying it for a few days, he was also worried that something unexpected would happen. "Yang Kai, come with me." Zhou Zheng snorted. Although he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai because of Du Roofing's instructions, it didn't mean that he couldn't punish Yang Kai. He was the steward, and it was easy for him to punish Yang Kai. "What can I do for you, Steward Chow?" Yang Kai asked. Zhou Zheng said, "Don't talk nonsense. Come here when I tell you to." Then he flew in a direction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Zhou Zheng was going to do. Could it be that he was angry and wanted to beat him up? He didn't have the guts to kill him. Although the handyman's status was low, every one of them was a precious resource in the fire spirit land. Otherwise, the Earth Protector Venerable wouldn't go out and cast a spell to attract people here. Therefore, Zhou Zheng couldn't kill him. In the whole fire spirit land, only the Earth Protector Venerable had the power to kill the handymen. Lao Fong was obviously worried. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "You can't bear with small things and spoil great plans. Don't be so impulsive when you get there later. If there's anything you want to say, talk it out. If the steward Chow wants to do anything to you, just bear with it and don't fight back. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time in the future. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the direction Zhou Zheng left and had no choice but to follow him. He thought to himself, if Zhou Zheng really wants to attack me later, what should I do? Yes, I'll just grab the general and throw him over. Let's see if he dares to fight back. With his mind set, Yang Kai patted the general on top of his head. I'll have to rely on you later. The general didn't understand what Yang Kai meant and cried out twice. He followed behind Zhou Zheng for a while. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally landed in an orchard. Yang Kai also landed. He looked around and was puzzled. Even if Zhou Zheng wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't have to choose this place, right? If something happened to the fruit trees around here, Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If he doesn't want to teach me a lesson, then why did he bring me here? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Zhou Zheng suddenly shouted, "Where are the workers of this orchard?" Not even 3 breaths after he said that, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was like thunder rolling across the earth. Even the ground was trembling, as if some kind of fierce beast was charging over. Following that, a burly figure came from afar and rushed to Zhou Zheng. He nodded and bowed. I'm here. So it's the steward Chow. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ha ha ha, Steward Chow, please take a seat. Chapter 38:65. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that he actually knew the person who had just arrived. He had been in the handyman room for less than 3 months and had not interacted with many people. However, the person in front of him was definitely one of them. It was Xiang Yong, the person who had chased Dai Yu to the market and intercepted him outside the market. He had seen him twice and only communicated with him once. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was simple-minded and domineering. So, this orchard was under Xiang Yong's management? Why did Zhou Zheng bring him here? Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xiang Yong also saw Yang Kai and his eyes widened. He touched his head with one hand and pointed at Yang Kai with the other. "You, I think I've seen you somewhere before." Smiling, Kai Yang replied, "The city square." With this reminder, Xiang Yong suddenly realized, "Oh, right, it's you. I remember now. You know him?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. When he heard this, he looked from one to the other, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. "No." Xiang Yong shook his head and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. "Steward Chow, what can I do for you?" Zhou Zheng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I'm here to inform you that from today onwards, your orchard will be under Yang Kai's management." Xiang Yong's mouth opened so wide that it could fit a fist. He stood there stupidly and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Yang Kai was also stunned. How could there be such a good thing? This was a good thing for any handyman. The orchard he was in charge of was too small, and there were too few fruit trees. If it were anywhere else, he would have made a lot of money. This was also why he had asked Old Fong to give him a gift. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng. How could Zhou Zheng let him have an easy time? Even if he would not do anything to him openly, he could still do something secretly. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiang Yong's land? As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that there was no problem with Xiang Yong's plot of land. Zhou Zheng's actions had a deeper meaning. On the other side, Xiang Yong hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. "Hee, Steward Chow, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly." Zhou Zheng said word by word, "From today onwards, this piece of land will be taken over by Yang Kai. Do you hear me?" Oh. Xiang Yong immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at Yang Kai with his thick fingers. "Him? Why?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. "Just because this is my order, is it enough? What? Do you not place this steward in your eyes?" As he spoke, the aura of a heaven-opening realm expert slowly spread out. Feeling this pressure, the furious Xiang Yong sobered up a little. He put on a smile and said, "No, Steward Zhou, How could this Xiang dare to not put you in his eyes? Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Where did this Xiang not do well enough? Why do you suddenly want someone else to take over my territory? It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Steward Chow, since Brother Xiang is so reluctant, why don't we just forget about it? My land is quite good. There's no need to change it. Zhou Zhang sneered. It's not up to you to decide whether to change it or not. This steward won't hide it from you. Brother Du said this. So today, whether you want to change it or not, you have to change it. Yang Kai was speechless. He wondered why Du Rafeng was involved in this small matter. Wasn't he the disciple of the Fire Spirit Land's consul? However, since Zhou Zhang said so, it couldn't be wrong. Could it be because he helped him collect the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame a few days ago? Xiang Yong blinked a few times. Master, Du ordered him to take over my territory. If that was really the case, then he had nothing to say. He could only blame himself for being disliked by Du Rafeng. Zhou Zhang said no, he didn't. Then why is it my land? Xiang Yong was not happy. After saying that, he pulled Zhou Zhang's arm and pulled him to a distance. He leaned over and whispered something to him. Yang Kai was too lazy to eavesdrop. If he did, he would be discovered, so he didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw Xiang Yong murmuring endlessly. Zhou Zhang shook his head from time to time. Xiang Yong turned his head to look at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of murderous intent. For him, today's matter was unexpected. Steward Chow was stronger than him and had a higher status. He couldn't do anything to him, so he could only blame it on Yang Kai. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. From time to time, he looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. He didn't look at Xiang Yong, which made him very angry. Since Zhou Zhang brought Yang Kai here today, it meant that he had made arrangements. No matter what Xiang Yong said, there was nothing he could do. Sure enough, after the two talked for 30 minutes, Xiang Yong's expression became more and more unpleasant. At some point, he left Zhou Zhang behind and rushed to Yang Kai. He waved his fist at him and said fiercely, Boy, if you know what's good for you, go to Steward Chow and tell him that you don't want this land. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai sighed. He looked past Xiang Yong and glanced at Zhou Zhang. Seeing his evil smile, he knew that he was right. Zhou Zhang wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. If he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, of course, he couldn't let him do as he wished. He said, Brother Xiang, I can't do anything about this. I'm innocent. I was dragged here by Steward Chow just now. I don't know what happened. But since Steward Chow has made up his mind, it's impossible for him to change his mind. How about this? I'll take care of this land for you. If there are any benefits or contributions, you can take them all. What do you think? Nothing. Xiang Yong spat. My feng shui land, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Yang Kai almost choked to death. What kind of feng shui land was there in an orchard? Wasn't it the same everywhere? It was just a matter of size. You can take the income from my land too, Yang Kai added. Xiang Yong waved his big hand, almost hitting Yang Kai's face. I said, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Hurry up and settle this. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. He felt that he had made enough concessions. He would rather give up the income from 2 plots of land to keep the peace. Xiang Yong really had the brain of a bear. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with his land. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath on this attitude. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Why are you still talking so much? If you don't have anything to pack, come with me. Zhou Zhang urged from not far away. Xiang Yong turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zhang's cold expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He could only accept his fate. He glared at Yang Kai and said, Just you wait, I'll be back. As Zhou Zhang walked away, he looked back 3 times. His eyes were full of threats. Yang Kai only smacked his lips when the two disappeared from his sight. Zhou Zhang's move was good. He used Du Rufeng's name to offend someone for no reason. Moreover, It was someone who looked very difficult to deal with. Even if this matter was spread out, he would still be in the right. After all, for an odd job worker, this was already a show of kindness. No one could say anything about it. But in reality, Yang Kai didn't want to change his territory at all. The hidden danger in his original territory had already been solved. He also had the god of fortune, General Sichin. He didn't need to rely on the orchard's harvest like the other odd job workers. Comparatively speaking, he preferred his own plot of land. It was small and didn't require much energy to take care of it. Most importantly, it was next to Old Fong. When he was bored, he could drink with Old Fong and play chess. But now that things had come to this, he could only take things as they came. This orchard was much larger than his previous one. There was also a thatched hut next to it. The construction was very exquisite. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it wasn't the work of that bear Xiangyong. It was probably left behind by one of the odd job workers who took care of the fruit trees. Old Fong also had his own hut. The reason why Yang Kai didn't have one before was because the orchard was too small and there wasn't enough space to build one. Otherwise, he would have his own hut. After all, the odd job workers had to stay in the orchard for nearly a month. Although it wasn't a big deal to sleep in the open, it was still better to have a place to stay. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Dust hit him in the face, and he almost choked. He was speechless. How long had it been since that bear entered this hut? The dust inside was already 3 inches thick. He used his technique to clean up the hut and took out some tables and chairs from his space ring. The hut looked more presentable now, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yang Kai took out the token and held it in his hand. Before Zhou Zheng left, he had swapped his token with Xiangyang's. The tokens in each territory were different. Only by refining the token could Yang Kai know the details of this orchard. Yang Kai naturally refined the token as soon as possible. Today's events had made him more vigilant. He felt that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid giving Zhou Zheng something to use against him. Tokens were specially made for odd job workers in the Fire Spirit Land. Because they often changed owners, it wasn't difficult to refine them. In less than an hour, the token had been completely refined. Sending his divine sense into it, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It seemed that Xiangyong had been doing quite well before. Although this orchard wasn't particularly large, it was at least half the size of Old Fong's. The number of fruit trees was also about half. The details of each fruit tree couldn't be seen in the token, so Yang Kai could only check them one by one to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Leaving the hut, Yang Kai strolled around his orchard, inspecting each fruit tree. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that Xiangyong was quite careless in taking care of the fruit trees. There were many places where he didn't do a good job. Yang Kai didn't know how Xiangyong had managed to get such a large territory. If Old Fong were to take care of the same orchard, he would definitely be in a much better condition than Xiangyong. Yang Kai had no choice but to slowly correct his mistakes. After a day, Yang Kai was extremely busy. He missed his own plot of land. But fortunately, the number of fruits on the fruit trees was correct. Chapter 3866. The next day, Yang Kai continued to patrol his orchard, taking care of the fruit trees. While he was catching insects for the fruit trees, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call from not far away, "Yang Kai!" Yang Kai looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing not far away from the fiery red background. She was looking at him curiously, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "Xiao Dai." Yang Kai was amused. "Why are you here?" Dai walked over and looked around. "I was about to ask you, why are you here? Isn't this Xiangyong's orchard?" "It's mine now." Yang Kai smiled, then showed a look of understanding. "You're here too?" Dai pointed to the side. Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder this place has good feng shui, so that's why." "What good feng shui?" Dai didn't understand. "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. When he heard Xiangyong talk about good feng shui yesterday, he felt it was strange and didn't know what was so good about this place. Seeing Dayu today, he finally understood. For others, this place might not be much different from other places. But for Xiangyong, there was no better place in the entire orchard. No wonder he had such a big reaction when Zhou Zheng wanted to change his territory yesterday. Moreover, when Zhou Zheng came with him, he didn't see him. He was probably pestering Dayu and spending most of his time on her. How could he take care of such a large orchard? The dust in the small house could also be explained. He probably didn't have the time to go back to the small house. From the looks of it now, Zhou Zheng's choice of using someone else's knife to kill wasn't random, but targeted specifically. He definitely knew Xiangyong's feelings for Dayu and deliberately asked him to take his place. It would be strange if Xiangyong didn't hate him now. What did Xiangyong do? Why are you taking over this land? Dayu was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's a long story. Then take your time. Dayu pursed her lips and smiled. Since there was nothing to do and they were familiar with each other, Yang Kai told her everything that had happened. Dayu covered her mouth in shock when she heard that Yang Kai had found the 4th rank scarlet sky golden flame. Yang Kai, who had made such a great contribution, was not only rewarded by Du Rafeng, but also transferred to this orchard. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng and now Xiangyong. This was really a blessing and disaster. You've been living such a wonderful life. Dayu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Yang Kai squinted at her. Why do I feel like you're gloating? No. Dayu hurriedly waved her hand. It's true. I've never seen a handyman stir up so much trouble in just a few months. And this isn't even the general's matter. Dayu took out a blue flame silkworm and fed it to the general. The general ate it lazily and didn't reward him. Do you think I want to do this? Yang Kai was furious. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, trouble would still fall from the sky. It doesn't matter. According to what you said, you have made a great contribution before. I'm afraid that Master Du will look at you differently and want to promote you. So even if Zhou Zheng doesn't like you, he can't do anything to you. Of course, the premise is that you don't make too big a mistake. Even so, Zhou Zheng isn't easy to get along with. Xiangyong's matter shows that. You nodded slightly, killing with a borrowed knife? Xiangyong, that guy. She looked like she had a headache because of Xiangyong. Don't worry. If Xiangyong comes looking for trouble, I'll warn him. Don't do that. If he really comes looking for trouble, you'll only make things worse. Yang Kai quickly stopped her. Last time, that black bear had seen him and Dayu going to the shopping district together and had even blocked their way back. If Dayu did anything else, it would only cause Xiangyong to misunderstand even more. That's true. Dayu frowned. Then what should we do? Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged. Right. How many blue flame silkworms did you get these days? Give them to me now. Sure. You gave the blue flame silkworms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai patted the general on his head. It's time to eat. Even though Yang Kai knew that Xiangyong wouldn't let it go and would definitely come looking for trouble, he didn't expect him to come so soon. Not long after Dayu left, the black bear descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked at him. Brother Xiang, you're here? Xiangyong's eyes spat fire. Just you wait. I'll get even with you later. Leaving behind these harsh words, he hurried towards Dayu's orchard. After a short while, Yang Kai heard a commotion and Xiangyong's cries of pain coming from the depths of the orchard. A moment later, Xiangyong came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Although he was in a sorry state, his expression was full of satisfaction. He walked straight up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. Kid, do you have any wine? Yang Kai didn't look at him, afraid that he would laugh out loud. He casually took out a jar of wine and handed it over. Xiangyong opened the wine seal and gulped down half a jar of wine before he burped in satisfaction. He nodded and said, Kid, your attitude is pretty good. Yang Kai asked as he busied himself. Doesn't Brother Xiang need to take care of the orchard? How come you have time to come here? Xiang Yong spat on the ground. You call that place an orchard? I can see it all at a glance. It's too small, and I'm too lazy to take care of it. So I left it all to an old guy nearby. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Is that old guy surnamed Fong? Yes, that's him. Xiang Yong nodded. He also asked about you. He asked what happened to you. It seems that he has a good relationship with you. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he had forgotten to tell old Fong that he was safe. Yesterday, he was taken away by Zhou Zheng for some unknown reason and then directly stuffed into this place. He didn't have time to go back, so old Fong was probably worried about him. Then what did you say? Xiang Yong sneered. Why should I tell him? Yang Kai was speechless. He took out the communication device with old Fong and sent a message. He immediately received a reply asking him what had happened. It could be seen that old Fong had been waiting for him to contact him for the past 2 days. Yang Kai couldn't tell him the details if he didn't meet him face to face. He could only tell him not to worry and that he was fine. He would tell him when he rested. After a few words with old Fong, Yang Kai put away the device and turned to look at Xiang Yong. She really hit him hard. Xiang Yong's strength was not bad, so you must have not held back. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. Xiang Yong chuckled. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Brother Xiang is really a saint of love. What do you know? Xiang Yong snorted, his mouth full of the smell of alcohol. If it wasn't for Dai, I would have died many years ago. My life is hers. So what if she beats me a few times? Oh, Yang Kai asked curiously. Miss Dai, you saved Brother Xiang's life? Xiang Yong snorted. I have nothing to say to you. Why are you asking so many questions? We're just chatting. There's nothing to do anyway. Xiang Yong frowned and pondered for a while. He seemed to think that Yang Kai's words made sense, so his attitude softened a little. Then tell me, why doesn't Dai like me? What did I do wrong? How would I know if you ask me? You should ask Dai. Besides, love is a matter between two people. What's the use of being warm to one person? Is it too tight? Yang Kai asked. What's too tight? Xiang Yong stared. You're pushing too hard. Yang Kai explained. Think about it from another perspective. If a woman pestered you all day and didn't give you any time to breathe, how would you feel? Is she beautiful? Is there a difference? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to stare. Of course there's a difference. Xiang Yong snorted. If she's beautiful, I'll do her immediately and make her my woman. If she's ugly, I'll give her a few punches and kicks. Boy, are you saying I'm ugly? How am I ugly? Yang Kai sternly said. Brother Xiang is such a heroic and extraordinary person. How can you be associated with the word ugly? It's probably because Dai doesn't know how to appreciate your beauty. He didn't know why, but his conscience inexplicably hurt. Xiang Yong narrowed his eyes. You mean Dai's taste is bad? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Xiang, please, I still have something to do. A palm patted directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, making him bend down. Xiang Yong said, Don't go. Let's talk clearly. Talk about what? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, how can I make Dai follow me willingly? As long as you help me this time, I'll let bygones be bygones. Damn it, how can I help you? It's up to you, okay? Yang Kai was really speechless, but looking at Xiang Yong's posture, if he didn't say something, it wouldn't end well. After hesitating for a while, he said, Why don't you try to play hard to get? Xiang Yong's eyes lit up. He looked around for a while and said sneakily, How do I play hard to get? Yang Kai also lowered his voice. I saw Brother Xiang pestering Dai before. She should be used to you going to her every day. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly stop going to her, will she be very strange? Will she think about what you are busy with? Did he suffer some kind of injury? As long as she has these thoughts, she will start to care about you. Men and women are the same. What you can't get is the best. If you take the initiative to stick to her, she won't know how to cherish you. Xiang Yong's heart was shaken. His face was flushed as if he was imagining the beautiful scene in the future. He licked his lips and said, "Will this work?" "How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, there's no loss. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." "Okay." Xiangyong clenched his fist and hit his palm. "Let's do as you say. When do we start?" "There's no time like the present. Let's do it now." "Good." Xiangyong strode away. "Then I'll go back first. If Daiyu asks about me later, remember to tell me." Chapter 38-67. Watching Xiangyong leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect this guy to be so easy to fool. However, after only 2 days of leisure, Xiangyong came again. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he saw him. Since he couldn't avoid him, he could only greet him. "Brother Xiang, you're here?" Xiangyong rushed in front of him, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "How was it? How was it?" "What do you mean, how was it?" Yang Kai was puzzled by his question. Did Xiao Dai ask about me? Did she miss me? Did she cry and shout that she wanted to find me? Looking at his expectant face, Yang Kai couldn't bear to tell him the truth. He could only say, "I'm not sure. I haven't seen Miss Daiyu these 2 days. I just came here and was busy taking care of the orchard." "Trash." Xiangyong squinted at Yang Kai. "Why don't you ask around? What's the use of having someone so useless?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Xiangyong shook his arms. "I'll ask around myself." Passing by Yang Kai, he went straight to Daiyu's orchard. After a short while, there was the familiar sound of Xiangyong shouting in pain again. A moment later, Xiangyong limped back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His nose and mouth were full of blood. Yang Kai trembled with fear. Walking in front of Yang Kai, Xiangyong said angrily, "What kind of bullshit idea was that? It didn't work at all. Xiao Dai hit me even harder." Yang Kai sighed. "Brother Xiang, there's something I don't know if I should say or not." "If you have something to say, say it." Xiangyong coldly snorted and wiped the blood under his nose. "There are plenty of fish in the sea," Xiangyong laughed. "Although there are many women in this world, I've decided on Xiao Dai in this life. Other than Xiao Dai, even if the most beautiful woman in the world stood in front of me, I wouldn't give her a second look. This was destined from the moment she saved me. She's destined to be my woman. If anyone dares to have any ideas about her, I'll eat their flesh and drink their blood." Hearing this, Yang Kai was in awe. He really didn't expect Xiangyong to be so infatuated. It's just that his way of chasing a woman was a little annoying and his IQ was worrying. But then again, even though Xiangyong was a bit hateful, he treated Daiyu well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so happy to be beaten like this every time. "Do you have any ideas about Xiao Dai?" Xiangyong suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with an ominous light, as if Yang Kai dared to utter a single word, he would immediately lose his life. "I've only known Miss Daiyu for a little over 2 months. Miss Daiyu is such an outstanding beauty. I'm not worthy of her." "You better," Xiangyong snorted. "If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll tear you to pieces." "I wouldn't dare. I'll give you a task." Xiangyong's expression was dignified. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he ordered, "Keep an eye on Xiao Dai. If anyone dares to bother her, tell me immediately and I'll deal with them. Do you hear me?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Xiangyong showed a satisfied expression. He reached out and touched the wound on his face. Feeling the pain, he let out a hiss and walked back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Right, there's one more thing. Remember what you said last time." Yang Kai was puzzled. "What did I say?" Xiangyong said, "Last time you said that the income from this land and your land would belong to me. Since your land doesn't have much income, forget it. I can get 20 heaven opening pills from this land every year. Remember to give them to me later." 20 pills? Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. This was obviously nonsense. Although this land wasn't small, Xiangyong usually lacked care and was wholeheartedly devoted to Daiyu. Apart from the annual wages, he received as a handyman. How much extra income could there be? 20 pills was absolutely impossible. This was obviously extortion. Just now, Yang Kai had some admiration for his infatuation, but now it seemed that this hateful person was indeed hateful. He also couldn't be bothered to argue about it. With his current wealth, 20 heaven-opening pills really wasn't much. Xiang Yong had just left when Daiyu appeared. She looked at Yang Kai apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, little brother Yang Kai. I've caused you trouble. It's not your fault." Yang Kai waved his hand. The current situation was all caused by Zhou. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be blamed on Zhou. He turned around curiously. "Xiang Yong said you saved his life?" Daiyu smiled bitterly. "It's not that exaggerated. It was just a small matter. When he first came to the Fire Spirit Land as a servant, he made some mistakes and was punished. He almost died. I just casually fed him a healing spirit pill. The reason he was able to survive was because he had a good foundation. It had nothing to do with me. After that, he became like this. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "Little Dai, you are also benevolent. Actually, his nature is not bad. It's just that his personality is a little overbearing and bad." Daiyu sighed, and he has a one-track mind. Yang Kai smiled. "Little Dai, haven't you thought about it?" Daiyu glanced at him. "Don't make fun of me." She turned around and walked back to her orchard, too lazy to talk to Yang Kai. Since that day, Xiang Yong came almost every day and was beaten up every day. However, he enjoyed it so much that Yang Kai gradually got used to it. Sometimes, Xiang Yong would leave after being beaten up. Sometimes he would stay and chat with Yang Kai. It was just to find out if anyone had harassed Daiyu while he was away. On this day, Yang Kai was taking care of the fruit trees when he heard another sound. Then someone landed nearby. Yang Kai thought it was Xiang Yong again, so he didn't bother to look back and instead focused on taking care of the fruit trees. Who would have thought that the other party would not leave? Yang Kai turned around suspiciously, but upon seeing who it was, he quickly turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Du." This time it was not Xiang Yong, but Du Rafeng. Du Rafeng was no longer cold and arrogant. At this moment, he was smiling like a spring breeze. "When I saw it from above, I thought it was you, so I came down to have a look. Sure enough, it was you." "Master, are you looking for me for something?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm not looking for you. I'm just patrolling the herb gardens today. The chief steward will be here in a few days, so I'm checking in advance to avoid any mistakes," Du Rafeng explained. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had been here for a few months and knew most of the information about the Kikikyo land. Each orchard had a small steward like Zhou, who was in charge of each orchard. Above him, there was a chief steward who was in charge of the entire Qiqiao land's orchard. He was directly under the Lord of Heaven and only answered to him. His position was no lower than that of the Earth Protector. "Then we should be more careful." Yang Kai answered casually. He wasn't familiar with Du Rafeng. He only helped when Du Rafeng collected the red sky golden flame. He didn't know why Du Rafeng came to talk to him. "Is this a new place?" When Du Rafeng asked, he glanced at General Sichen, who was lying on Yang Kai's head. The last time he saw him, he thought that Yang Kai had offended General Sichen and was punishing him. Who knew that the supremacy would say that General Sichen liked it? Now that he took a closer look, he realized that was indeed the case. General Sichen was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He looked relaxed and happy. He was both amused and curious. He didn't know what made Yang Kai so important to him. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "After the last time, Steward Chow brought me here and gave me this orchard. He said that it was Master Du's idea." Du Rafeng said, "Yes, it was my idea. You have made a great contribution, so you should be rewarded. It seems that Zhou Zhang wasn't careless and found a good place for you." Yang Kai said, "The 5,000 Genesis pills were already a great reward. Master, you gave me this piece of land. I'm so grateful." Du Rafeng waved his hand. You should be rewarded for your contribution. You deserve it. But I don't want it. Now, it even involved that idiot Xiangyong and offended him for no reason. However, after probing a little, Yang Kai was sure that the reward was indeed 5,000 Genesis pills. Zhou Zhang didn't take any of it. How is it? Du Rafeng suddenly looked at Yang Kai. Are you interested in coming to my side and helping me? Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean, master? Du Rafeng put his hands behind his back. If you come to my side, you will no longer be a servant. You will be a disciple of Kikikyo. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head, making him dizzy. The servants of the Fire Spirit Land had the lowest status, but they had the most work to do every day. Which servant didn't want to break away from this status? However, only by breaking through to the heaven-opening realm would one be able to achieve such a thing. So the miscellaneous workers had worked hard for countless years to accumulate heaven-opening pills in order to buy heaven-opening materials from the market. Who would have thought that such a good thing would actually fall into Yang Kai's lap today? With Du Rafeng's status in the Fire Spirit Land, since he had opened his mouth, he definitely wasn't lying. In other words, as long as Yang Kai agreed, he could immediately break away from his status as a servant and become a disciple of Kikikyo. This would definitely be very convenient for him to obtain the Genesis pills recipe. But this was too strange. Although he had contributed greatly last time, he had already been rewarded with 5,000 Genesis pills and a piece of land. Now, Du Rafeng had given him such a great gift. What was he thinking? Could it be that someone had seen through his wood elemental energy? Yang Kai was secretly on guard. As if seeing his hesitation, Du Rafeng smiled and said, "This isn't the Venerable's idea, it's my own. The Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame I collected last time was given to me by the Venerable, and in the next 10 years it's a crucial time for me to break through to grade 4. With this Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, I'll be able to take a big step forward on my path to grade 4. So, can you understand how important it is to me?" After pausing for a moment, he said, "But you can rest assured. Although the Venerable hasn't said anything, since I brought this up, I naturally have the confidence to convince the Venerable to remove your servant status.